Good morning. Hello, world. Hello, trolls. Get your pencils ready. Get ready to record. Now, I'm not going to make it too exciting this morning. Lots to do. Cleaning up the house. Yeah, I got responsibilities here. I got to live here. And even that's exercise on top of anything else. But going to make a point here. Fatty liver or fatty lover or both. Neither one is healthy. If you've been suffering weight problems for the good part of your life, unfortunately, there's a lot of damage that's been done, but sometimes you can reverse some of that damage. It's quite possible, but you got to lose the weight, you got to exercise, you got to eat right. A liver can actually replenish itself, actually, to a certain point, but there's a point of no return. And especially you've been also drinking through all these years. None of that helps. It all adds up. Unfortunately, it does. You can change your lifestyle, go to the gym, eat properly, and, actually walk around, get your blood flowing. Any one of these things could help, but you got to be willing to do it. Now, you don't have to walk 20,000 steps a day if you can't do that. Just do what you can, because every little thing actually helps. Fatty liver or fatty lover. It's kind of amazing to me how overweight people tend to gravitate to women that are overweight. This way they have something in common. And we've seen that, haven't we? Now, look, I'm not making fun of people that are obese, because it's actually a serious health condition to be obese. Obese is basically, if you want to go by a body mass index, BMI, how much percent of your body is fat compared to muscle and blah, blah, blah. Very simple. They have a formula and a ratio for that. First bit of advice, if you have been overweight for a majority of your life or a good deal of your life, is first of all, go have a liver enzyme test. It's relatively cheap. Have a liver enzyme test and test out your liver. And you could do actually an ultrasound on that. Don't have to be elaborate like a CT scan necessarily, unless you can afford that or whatever. And they'll be able to tell you whether you have a fatty liver or not. So what's so significant about a fatty liver? Well, there's a lot of significance. You're not going to get the best liver function. Eventually, you can get cirrhosis of the liver. It doesn't always come from alcohol, like people think it does. Hello, Miko. Do you get gardener to do your garden? I don't have much of a garden, really. No, my girlfriend does a lot of that. It's not like I have gardens here. I got plants, bushes, stuff. Might be a couple of edible type of fruits or something here, but nah, it's a small lot. It's not a big lot, because the house takes up a good deal of the lot. So I don't have that advantage. I really wish I did, because we would plant a whole lot more stuff around here. Oh, believe me, we would. And I wish I had a little bigger lot than I have. No, just enough space to do this and do that, and park a car or whatever if you have, or whatever, dogs to run around, and not much. That's the only thing I wish to had a much bigger lot. We don't. We got to make do with what we have, which is okay. It's okay. It was a little different when I lived out in Hawaii. I had more land, but even so, that was a challenge, because it was all lava rock, and the only lots out there, unless there was a sugarcane field, which they had a lot of in the sugarcane industry at one point. You got some really fertile dirt, deep soil too. And unfortunately, my lot in that particular subdivision was not known to grow, cane, sugar, whatever, sugar cane. But there are a lot of lots and land in Hawaii that is really good, deep, rich soil, because of all your vegetation, From having crops there such as corn or sugarcane, which was a big industry, would break down into soil eventually, rich soil. No, we never had that. In fact, I used to have to go to Walmart and bring in bags of soil to make my flower beds and even put around some fruit-bearing trees and stuff like that. So it's a challenge here, it really is. There's all lava rock there. You should see my lot before it was dozed. Well, it was all forest, number one. Had to have a D9 come in there and clear that out for the house. And but when the smoke cleared, you've seen the remnants of what was there. Large rocks and just everywhere. It's amazing I had grass at all or anything there that could grow anything. But, any pre-existing vegetation, leaves fall off. It decomposes, eventually will turn into a good soil over time. So that's why people have a lot of compost bins. We tried that, hole in the ground with a tarp over it. It wasn't big time. We just got a little bit of soil out of there, This is your long answer on all this shit. You're probably sorry you asked the question, but since you brought it up. And we get a little soil out of there. You'd be surprised, even your gutters, if you haven't cleaned your gutters out on your house for a long time, and we do, but the first time we ever, fixed up the house, and we went in the gutters, it was pure black soil. It was leaves that had decomposed over the years. It was some good, rich soil, and we did use it. It goes, as I remember that time when you gave it to your neighbor in Hawaii that questioned you on your dog defecating on his lawn. You didn't hold back. I don't know how you brought that up from this point on, but the soil on the garden. And it was what it was. He was just a disgruntled dude, Oh yeah, the garden spade in my hand. That was rich, yeah. That was to pick up my brother's dog poop. That's what it was. I wasn't going to hit the guy with it. Although trolls will say different, of course. Of course not. I could definitely control my temperament to that point. Sometimes the chihuahuas, as big as they are chihuahuas, and they'll back down. And that's exactly what happened. He went back to his house. He didn't want to get into more argument with me. Probably a smart thing to do, actually. I think it probably was, actually. But no, nothing was going to come of that, of course. I had to live in that community, But, speak your mind about something, We offered to clean it up, and he came back to clean it up. And I told my brother, next time you walk the dog, carry those little doggy bags, for picking up the poop. Then he couldn't lean down very well, and I understand on his part. So I used to walk the dog, too, every morning. Because he wouldn't get much sleep, and I would get up in the morning to get the dog out. He'd appreciated that, and take him for a walk to go poop and all that, and a little exercise. But I've always cleaned up after the mess. But there happened to be dog poop on this guy's lawn. Blamed it on me, and it wasn't me, because I always pick it up. It wasn't even his property. That's the whole thing. It wasn't even, that was the subdivision's property. Outside of it, anything outside of his fencing was the subdivision. It wasn't his property for him to even complain about. But I understand, because we had an area of lawn or grass, whatever, a strip that was in front of my property. And I used to mow it and try to keep it nice looking, but then some people, they would temporarily park their cars in there. If it was wet, it would create a big crevice with a tire mark in there after I did a good job of trying to trim it up. And there'd be other dogs that would poop on there and stuff, and I'd have to pick it up, and that's the way it was, You just try to keep your property and anything in front of your property, maintain it. And the community, the subdivision, they loved it, because normally they'd have to have people come by and do that and not let this stuff overgrow in a road. They really appreciate it. It's less work for them to have the owner of the property just, mow it themselves or whatever. And they love that. Sometimes small arguments can feed to big issues. Sometimes best to... Yeah. Believe me, I did bite my lip, because if I didn't, it would have elevated to something. But I don't really think so. I mean, unless he approached me physically or something, but that's a whole different story. I avoid situations like that as best as I can. A little different tea. It has sabong in it. Sabong, which is an herb, and that could help with kidney stones or prevention of them. So we got green tea, sabong, and we got the turmeric in there and the black pepper. There you go. That's this morning's tea. There you go. Always share my tea with you. We got a very sunny morning here today. It's going to be another hot one, for sure. Mother's Day has passed. My girlfriend had a good Mother's Day out in Cebu. The kids all bought her beautiful flowers and whatever else. She sent me some pictures. So she had a good Mother's Day. They went out for dinner and right on. I guess it's my day too, but actually today is sort of a special day. It's my dad's birthday. It would be actually May 11th in America. So it's my dad's birthday, and I never forget his birthday. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about his birthday, really. I don't know. If I was religious or something, I'd light a candle for him with his picture, but, just give positive thoughts to know that you're thinking about him, if that even matters. You're dead. I really don't think they know. But it's good to keep a positive thought about your parents and, recognize an anniversary or a birthday, whatever situation might be. Nothing bad about that. Yeah, small arguments can turn into big ones, just like on YouTube. Get a bunch of trolls together and the fire gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Once the trolls start chanting and all that. Oh, I suppose Big Kevin will do another show today, of course. He needs more money, so. But speaking of Big Kevin, anyway, fatty liver. Speaking of fatty livers, I had a little bit of a fatty liver a bunch of years ago, determined by a doctor. And I'm saying, well, I wasn't really even fat, but it really has to do with what you're eating. Even though you may not be fat, doesn't mean that your liver can't suffer from what you eat. I've had my liver enzymes tested. They seem to be good. I'm due for that again. I don't think I've had a sonography, whatever, done on my liver for a while. I'd be curious to know at this point if it's still any remnants of a fatty liver. Or fatty liver. Milo, in order to get turmeric to work, it's best, well, didn't I just tell you I got black pepper in there? Of course I know this. You're not telling me anything I don't know. It synergizes the turmeric. Hey, you're talking to me, Yeah, I know. Best with black pepper, or it's best to put it in a fat like olive oil. It won't activate properly. Well, I'm well ahead of you. Actually, what did they step in that's wet? Jeez, please, seriously? Why are there foot marks in here? What is wet outside that they stepped on? Hey, I'm well ahead of you. I'm well ahead of you. I take my morning sip of that and I do it before bed. There you go. Hope I answered the question or good response to your statement there. Yeah. Kirkland makes a pretty good blend. This is organic extra virgin and it's cold extracted, which is what you want. Yeah, this is a good one. And you see it's a green bottle, it's not clear. That makes a big difference. The efficacy or whatever of the olive oil, it deteriorates with sometimes temperature and time and light. And you have to have a dark container. If you see something on a stand like this and it's clear, don't buy it. Even though it might say, that it's extra virgin olive oil. It's the color of the bottle. And I'm not, I'm not an advocate of plastic containers either. And I've learned so much about that. That's why I bought a kind of a drinking bottle that's made of glass, because I would like put my water in already used water bottles I bought from the store, but that's all plastic. And I don't want to have to get into it, all the damn chemicals from the plastic that come out. We got enough to worry about in this life, and if we have to worry about every little thing, but every little thing actually adds up. That's the whole point. Yeah, right way ahead of you. See, that was there, that was there. Yeah, you're learning. And organic too, and cold press makes a difference. Nah, I'm not as much of a guru as you might think I am on these matters, but there's something called reading and learning and stuff. That's all. It doesn't take that much to educate yourself. You got to carry your own body around, is my theory, so my train of thought is, so why not do something? I don't care what it is. Do something that's positive for your body, other than things you might be doing for your body that are not good. Whether you could create a good balance or overcome it, whatever. Everything helps. But I always talk about people that are obese all the time, and it's not like I'm attacking somebody and making fun of their fat, but I know a lot about that. Not that I've ever been obese in that way. I actually weighed at one point about 190 or so for my height, and you would see, wow, man, I was way over my body mass index. That's when I was dating this Filipina gal over in Hawaii. Because, we would buy these snacks, not Boston cream pie, but a macadamia nut cream pie, from the bakery. We'd have Frito-Lays with dip and stuff. And yeah, that's what did it. But the funny thing about that, you would not know I weighed like 190 or so pounds, because my weight was so evenly distributed, which is rare. I didn't have like a big fat butt. I didn't have really even, love handles. It's just really, for some reason, I don't know why, but it really got kind of evenly distributed. Then when I lost weight one time, a lot of weight. It was an emotional thing going on. Just something. I went into the urgent care center one time. I don't know. I just needed to get some kind of prescription for a bad cold I had or something. I don't know. And she hadn't seen me for a while. The gal that's behind the counter, does the intake and all that. Oh, are you okay, Frank? I said, why? You used to look like such a strapping man. I love that word, strapping. I love it, actually. Strapping. I didn't understand what it was, strapping. I had to look it up, strapping, because I've heard it before. Meaning that I was robust, I was, kind of puffed up, I looked very solid, henceforth, anyway, strapping. But I'd lost a lot of weight. She was automatically thinking, are you sick, Frank? I said, not that I know of. I said, well, I don't know, I had an incident, I went through some emotional stress. I lost quite a bit in 1 month. That did happen. Emotional stress could really get you if you had an incident or something. Boy, that could get you more than any diet plan in the world, but you don't want to have a diet on emotional stress for something, Hell no. That's the worst way of losing weight. But I did. I lost a lot of weight at that point. It was this one particular month back in 2016. Exactly. Probably May of 2016. I can even remember it. For somebody with Alzheimer's, right? I got everything. Name it, I got it. If a troll says it, it must be true. If it's on the internet, it must be true. In that case, I would have been dead a long time ago, I'll guarantee you that. Nah, I still got a shower yet and all that. I'm just trying to enjoy my cup of tea. I don't know what I'm eating. I don't feel like making an elaborate breakfast. So I'll probably settle for some oatmeal, which I'm not sure about this oatmeal. I got it in a container, but you can't even mess around with oatmeal. A certain amount of moisture gets in there. There's some dangerous ass bacteria that could come up in that shit, but I'm probably going to take a chance with that this morning. I'm not going to have any eggs or anything. No toast, no eggs. Just probably going to have some oatmeal with cinnamon and a particular cinnamon. It's called Saigon cinnamon. Saigon. Yeah, Saigon cinnamon. There you go. Fatty liver and a fatty lover. Maybe they go together. People don't take this serious enough until something actually happens to them. I talk about it on here and they laugh and say, "Oh, Frank, you don't know shit." Well, apparently I do know something. And I was right about a lot of things too. People like Kevin, as a good example, is facing a lot of health dilemma. He doesn't know it yet, but or maybe he does know a little. But it's going to happen. He's got to have his liver enzymes checked and all that, and he's got to have some kind of I don't know, some kind of testing with ultrasound or something with his arteries and stuff. I would probably really strongly suggest that in his case. You got to understand, when you've spent a good part of your life being obese, it just takes its damage. And even though you lose weight, you can certainly help your body by losing weight. Absolutely. I'll never say that you can't help restore your body back a little bit. Absolutely you could. And I suggest it. Don't give up. But unfortunately for some people, it's according to how long they've been obese, it can already do its toll on your body and you don't know it. Oh, I feel good and I feel strong. Yeah, you do. Until something happens, and your liver gives out. Yeah. Or your pancreas says, well, enough. And you don't want to fuck with your pancreas. I mean, not that you're purposely going to fuck with it, but inadvertently, your pancreas, when that goes, there's no healing, there's no cure for a bad pancreas. None at all. I know my friend Bob over in Kona on the other side of Hawaii, what he went through, and he died on the CAT scan table of a massive heart attack. Because he was having a lot of pain in his back and everything else in his sides, where it was coming from. Went to the hospital to see what was going on. He had no idea he had a bad pancreas, and does play a function in your body. That's why we have it. And he wound up dying right on the CT scan, a massive heart attack. That was sad. Bob was a good person, great sense of humor too. I used to like visiting him, a good excuse to go to the other side of the island. Very humorous guy. He worked normally in his life as a truck driver. He got this house. He'd been living there a long time, so he got it for a good price. He maintained it really well. He had the most oddest interior, which was really questionable. And I understood his sense of humor, because he did, but some of it was kind of like, I don't know, because he was single for a long time. And his was M.O. He used to go to the nearby beach. That was his shtick. And he had plumeria flowers that grew all over his yard. And he'd make flower leis out of them, all right? A good excuse to get a little kiss from the tourists that come in. You give them a flower lei, maybe a single flower, or if they really like them, you give them a flower lei. It gives an excuse to give them a kiss on the cheek or something. Bob knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. No, I got my oatmeal. I usually get it from S&R, but there's a certain one I use that's, it's rolled oats, and it's whole grain combination, rolled oats and whole grain. Yeah, that's what I use. Generally when I don't trust something, I don't eat it, because the one thing I cannot tolerate very well is any kind of stomach upset. Well, anybody else, it's no different. It's not comfortable. But I've had some instances in my stomach in the past from things I've eaten through years, and man, it feels like you're going to die or something, man. I don't know if it's comparable to sciatica I had once. That was pretty bad, or the kidney stone, but they're all bad. Pain is pain. This is according to how severe it actually is. No, that's where I got from S&R. I bring it over here. In fact, I got to tell her to bring back some stuff for me. She's got to check on the blueberry situation and the broccoli, because those are the two things I do eat all the time. I do eat a lot of broccoli. I can't say every single day, but I eat a lot of it. Sometimes I just have a bowl of broccoli. It could be for breakfast. I might even have to decide to have Brussels sprouts for breakfast. I got some Brussels sprouts left. It's a breakfast, it's food, it's healthy. Then there's always a controversy on that. Brussels sprouts contain a lot of oxalates, which could contribute to kidney stones. I don't know, you can't win, really. Philippines people have great stomachs and the amount of sugar they eat. Oh my God, don't they? I was even considering some of that stevia, to buy some of that. We had some in the past, because what I read on that, it's really not that bad. Excuse me, as long as you don't consume in mass quantities, you'll probably be okay. Because I like to put lemons in water and drink lemon water. That could help dissolve oxalates or prevent kidney stones, but it's pretty bland. But maybe a little addition of stevia in there would actually help. Yeah. So next time maybe I'll buy some stevia. They even sell that locally. You can buy some stevia, boxes of stevia. I think I've seen it downtown here. A lot of products I don't trust. I can't have a perfect diet. There's a guy named Brian Johnson, not on here. He's a YouTube channel, but not anybody you think of in the Philippines genre. He's known, international known. He's just basically testing his body as a guinea pig on longevity issues. The things he does, because he's a high-tech millionaire, you wouldn't believe what he has set up in his place and what he does every day. You wouldn't believe it. You think I take supplements? This guy takes 113 supplements a day. He goes through body testing that you wouldn't believe, down to a science of how if he's been reversing his aging process, for his age, and the progress. And he's doing this as kind of a guinea pig, which is kind of a novel thing to do, to teach people what they can do. But you see, you got to have that kind of money. He has elaborate clinical equipment, testing equipment, electronic. He's got this red light therapy thing he has. You would not believe what this guy has. You wouldn't. But who could do that, really, unless you're a millionaire? Not a peso millionaire, but you got to be a millionaire to do what he's doing. But the problem is he's spending most of his life doing all this shit. He has a staff that actually does everything for him. Sets up his supplements. He knows exactly what he's going to eat. He gets that set up for him. I don't know. It's not worth it. I even wrote him and I said, hey, I understand what you're doing, but, try living your life a little more than spending your whole time on all this testing and, that's taking a good chunk of your life. But he's happy what he's doing. He's got a son that's learning in his steps. His son is working out too, but exercise looking good, and he's kind of learning his dad's whole testing thing with diet and so forth. And he's learning. Good kid. He actually looks like a good kid. Even had his staff member, who he probably banged, good-looking gal that does all the research with him and does all the data recording on his progress and all that stuff. His name is Brian Johnson, B-R-Y-A-N, not B-R-I-A-N. And you'll definitely find him on the internet. You're going to say, what the fuck? Are you kidding me, dude? With his regiment that he does every day? Nah, you or I couldn't do that shit. I got to push myself just to exercise in the morning, which I'll probably do after this, but maybe after I find something to eat. I have not bought any more. I've got the old oatmeal. I don't know, because I did read about that. If you got, and I don't know, Gilda said it wasn't that old. You had to just put that in a container, but I don't know how her memory is. I just kind of reluctant to touch it, so I'm going to go with my instincts. Because you can get really sick even off of old oatmeal. It's been really exposed to moisture. That's the key word, is moisture, okay? So I'm going to probably pass on that this morning, and I have no idea. I'm not going to have the chicken for breakfast. I could. I actually, before she left the other day to go to Cebu, she had marinated some chicken quarters legs for me, which I had one for dinner, and I got 2 left over. I think I was going to use for lunch or something today. I could have that with breakfast if I really want, and put something with it. I don't know really what. I eat an odd breakfast now and then. It's not what everybody else does, but it's what I do, And contrary to what you might believe, no, I don't take as many vitamins as you think I have. There's certain things I don't take every day, and there's certain things which is a staple of what I'll actually take. And despite the consequences you could face with, certain things that could actually create different oxalates or whatever and contribute to kidney stones, I kind of take a chance. And I was watching Smoothly. Oh, good, healthy fruits, big, nice, well, healthy fruits. But you're living in a province somewhere. You're not getting the best stock for your supply. You don't put much of an output. I did a show on that. They're getting the worst of worst from Cologne Market or wherever they get it from. They buy all this shitty crap and they put it over here on their stands, and they still sell it for full price too. Broccoli, for example, you never see any healthy broccoli. You got this small crown with yellow and brown on it, and the stem on there, is big and weighty and thick, and you're paying for a piece of that you're probably not going to eat. So I don't buy the broccoli here. I buy it frozen, and it's just perfectly fine to have frozen broccoli. And frozen vegetables in general. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Because you can't keep stuff if you're going to get fresh produce, unless you're going to eat it that same day. Oh, we got a low audience today, down to 7 people here. I know the trolls were waiting for me to say something unique or something that I could use it on their show, but nothing much to talk about in that department, so I hate to deprive them of some good material, but I ain't got anything too good for them today, except for fatty livers and fatty lovers. Yeah. You remember when Ricky got together that one gal? It was like I call it his doppelganger. The space between the teeth and everything, big head, fat face. Boy, what a team. They should have teamed up. I mean, really, they should have. But I guess he's trying to get a piece of that apple pie again. What do you mean they're hard to manage? They stay fine, refrigerated. You want that crystallization on them is what you want. You want ice crystals in them. For some reason, and I don't know the science behind it, but it actually activates more of the, polyphenols, whatever you have in there, and actually makes it very potent, actually. Well, they're hard to find, but there's certain brands that you don't want to buy. They're tiny little fuckers. If anything, they look like little cranberries instead of blueberries. We had this shit. I threw it away. It just was horrible. It's hard to find good-sized blueberries, so if you could find a frozen brand that has some decent-sized blueberries, then stick with that. Try to buy as much as you can, because when they run out, it's not cheap, but when they run out, and it's gone. What do I think of Apple? I don't know. I'm trying to remember what she looked like. It's been a while. I don't know. Apple was, she wasn't ugly. I don't think she was a beauty queen, but I don't think she was ugly as I remember. Seemed nice enough. Whatever her MO was with him, that's a different story, but I don't know. She didn't seem that bad. The one I thought was more social was the one that Ricky came to TGIF with. She's the one that smoked, And she was more very social. Nah, man. It's just called desperation. You're going back and you're, what's the expression? You're settling because from what I've been able to put together, he hasn't been doing a great job even finding a paid date. So you got to think back, who can I call that still wants to talk to me and might be willing to get together with me for a price, That's all I see it is, to be honest with you. Ricky can't settle down. I don't think he could. Well, I don't know. Maybe, you know, find the right person, but I don't think that's what's on his mind. I think he knows he has health problems, and maybe in a way he doesn't want to get into a long-term relationship because he just wants to throw caution to the wind and, you know, play the fool he plays on YouTube and outside of YouTube, and he just wants to throw caution to the wind or something. I think he just wants to have a good time or something, you know. No, I don't think he's going to settle down with anybody, to be honest with you. You asked the question, there's your answer. I don't think so. I don't think he has the capability of doing that. But, you know, I hope he does, you know. I actually hope he does. Probably would be a great idea. If, you know, as I said, I've been talking a lot about being grounded, you know, and grounding yourself. That's been a big topic lately with me. And it makes sense. You can't have a stable life, you know, unless you ground yourself in some ways instead of chasing your tail all the time. It makes a big difference in your life. You have somebody to look forward to, somebody that you're close to, you can relate with, you can confide in. You know, that makes all the difference in the world. It makes a big difference to me. I could tell you that. I could speak for myself. Well, I'm not sure what he likes about her and what she likes about him. I have no idea. That's between them. Look, the money was good. I mean, come on. She got a very expensive phone off him. You know, money that was earmarked for Barry. That was cold. 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 You're as cold as ice. Sacrifice my love. That was cold, baby. But if a woman sees some benefit with being with a man, no matter what the benefit might actually be, they'll take advantage of it, don't you think? And why not? If the guy's willing to open up his pocket in that way, then why not? If I was a girl in her position, maybe I'd be doing the same thing. I mean, the guy's offering her opportunity, and why not take it? I used to take her to the stores, buy her this, buy her that. She's going to love that, as any Filipino would. Hey, I can't let this one get away. I got to hang around with it for a while. But why is the question? I don't get into the chismis, but why did they separate? And what was actually going on with that? I wasn't clear of that. He had a very expensive shit, yeah. Was that really her name, Apple? Or nickname or something? I don't think she was born with the name Apple. At least I'm not thinking so. But what happened between them? Did he stop seeing her? I don't remember that. I have no idea. I don't know everything. Now, it'd be good for him to settle down. But again, he's another one that has to, I don't know, he doesn't seem to have any regards to his weight problem. That's his biggest, you know, well, one of his faults anyway, you know, of many. You can't fuck around that way. The only thing I have a fear, if I became disabled in such a way where I couldn't exercise, move my blood, and I would start gaining a lot of weight, that's my fear. Because that's what's going to kill you. But you can't go through life like that and weigh that much weight and, you know, actually have an expectation that you're going to be alive for a long time or you're going to be healthy. I mean, there's a lot of signs. He has a CPAP he has to wear at night. There's some high blood pressure medications. One night he was out there and had 5 drinks and his blood pressure just shot through the roof. It was kind of an emergent situation, I guess. He's had a hernia, which is, well, I've had several. That happens. But it's really up to the individual what he wants to do. I can't, I can suggest things to people, but I can't make them do anything. That's what these people have to step in and do it for themselves. I have no control of that. Not even my own girlfriend, what she wants to eat and stuff, I could recommend stuff. But you commend Ricky on one thing. He tries to keep in touch regularly with the daughter in Germany. I believe the big man has forgotten many of his. Yeah, well, Kevin, you're talking about, right? Yeah, I know. There's just something funky with that. But that's, his deal. He's too busy buying toys and buying drinks and ringing bells for women. Well, that's his deal. Where's it gotten him so far? This so-called girlfriend he has could have been somebody he just posed in a picture. He claims he's been with her in a relationship for 9 months, and I said on another show, I said, how is that possible? Because you first left and you went to Thailand, then you went to Vietnam, then you went back to Thailand. And he hasn't been in Vietnam that terribly long. So how is it possible that between going back and forth to two different countries that he had a relationship for 9 months? I don't know. You figure that one out. It's beyond my realm of understanding, really. How he's with somebody for 9 months. I have no clue. And it doesn't change my life, knowing that. One bit. The Californian. Who are you talking about? The Californian. Which Californian? Who are you talking about? Oh gosh, it's gonna be a hard thing to find. Am I gonna have to eat kidney beans this morning? Seriously? Well, I have lettuce left. Maybe I can make a salad. That would be a nice. Right now, I'm gonna wait 15, 20 minutes. I don't feel like a little early. I can wait a little bit longer while I contemplate my navel and talk to you, wonderful people. Okay. My nemesis. I have several nemesis out here. The California, you mean? Oh, you're talking about Brevis? But you're talking about who keeps in touch regularly with his daughter in Germany. That would be Ricky. Oh, ego. Oh, okay. I don't know. I have no idea how many children he's got around the world. I have no fucking idea how many girlfriends he has. I don't know. I haven't been able to keep up with that. And again, it is his business. If that makes him happy, it makes him happy. But there's always a fly in the ointment when that kind of activity happens. There always is financially, getting people to get money off you and as a leverage on something or another. That's his dealings. Apparently, he's got enough money to take care of that kind of shit. So God bless him. God bless him. It's nice to have a little peace and quiet around here. When her granddaughter was here and they just went back to Cebu, she's a really nice kid, but she doesn't have the grasp of English like there's another boy here that was, her grandchild, but he is so smart. Like, I don't know what he is, 6 years old. This kid is smart as a whip, speaks great English, knows a lot of things that I don't even know. This kid is absolutely, he learned everything from internet, from videos, from this and that. I mean, just amazing. The girl, however, started to become a little bit pesty. she'd come up to me and be staring at me when I'm eating. If I decided to eat in the living room because it was cooler, I said, "Stop staring at me. Go in the other room." Then she'd be trying to talk to me. She really likes me a lot, and she, would say things in her language. And I don't understand it. I say, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" And I have no idea, you know. But she means well. I mean, she's a really cute kid, and all her blood, my girlfriend's family. I mean, her children and a couple of grandchildren she has. They're they all seem to got their shit together in one way or another, schooling and career direction, all that stuff. Yeah, she is. That's who she's visiting right now. She turned 89, and it was Mother's Day too, so the timing was good to go to Cebu. Yeah, me and her mother get along, but she's been bedridden for over 3 years, 3.5 years. She's, skin and bones, really. Skin and bones. Barely surviving. If she had to do anything strenuous, well, she had a stroke, and the left side of her body was, well, at least her leg and arm was fucked up. She could talk, but her muscle is atrophied, you know, and that's why they don't even take her in a wheelchair outside because she don't really want to. But she would find herself kind of slagging over her neck muscles or something. So it's really a matter of time with her, and I'm actually surprised that she's been alive this long. She's a tough old bird. She really is. But I don't know. She has some will to live, I guess, and I guess it's what it takes. But yeah, I get along with her well. I come in right away. She puts her hand out for me. I always hold her hand. I go beyond that too. A lot of times when nobody's really attending to her, if I'm visiting, I'll take a moist towelette or something and wipe her forehead down or something with some cool water or something. They don't have air conditioning, they have an overhead fan. But she's really spoiled, like the dogs over here, especially with Sal. Oh God, she comes up to me all the time and she expects a complete scratch down, massage her head. Well, her mother's like that too. She always wants to get, because she's got dry skin. She always wants to get her back scratched and all that stuff. It's funny because that's every single time she comes over. She wants her back scratched or something, and she's really spoiled. And why not spoil her? She's 89 years old. Yeah, they're very mannerly. They really are. I must say that. And people who have doubts about my relationship with her family, well, they can have all the doubts they want. I know my relationship with them, and it's a good relationship. And it's true. They don't ask me for anything. They never have. If anything, I've given numerous times, but I don't make a habit of it. I'll help out with something voluntarily. I created a room for where she's sister's living, and they had money. They had money, but you know, they don't want to let loose of it. It's like they live in this little apartment that used to be one little room until they built an extra room upstairs and have a couple of beds so it could accommodate her sister, her sister's husband, and her sister's daughter and child, all in this one place. So I asked Dong, who's her brother-in-law, I said, what would it take to turn this entryway? There's like an area. It's not big, 12 by 12 or something. It's not big. What would it take? And he does construction work, so labor. What would it take to supplies and all that to extend this room out? He told me how much. I gave him it. He did exactly that. They got tiling on there. It extended the room. That's where the mother's actually has a bed that she's laying in. And it also provided a little extra room. Call that the living room now. Because all they had, and I'm telling you, man, all they had was this one room downstairs, not terribly big, which served as kitchen, dining room, and living room all in one. That's how a lot of Filipinos live. And it's not like they didn't really have money, her sister at least anyway, because they had had this land deal in the past, whatever, as long as, same as Gilder and all. But they didn't want to give up a piece of property in the middle of the city because her husband worked within the city. That's where his jobs were, you know. And they won't give up. They won't give up. They will not give up that little shitty property. But I'll tell you what, this house, if you want to call it such, shack, really, it's not much. The land, that tiny bit of land, is worth a lot of money. I used to tell Gilda, why don't they just sell that and move to the province somewhere and buy a nice house or build a nice house, They don't want to do that. So there's a lot of families like they will not leave that spot. They've been there forever. They know all the neighbors intimately. They have relatives living in the area. And it's a real hard decision to make to move out of that area. So that's, a choice that they have to make. They seem to be well brought up with structure and all. Yeah, they do. Her kids are smart. She has 2 kids. Let's get that straight once and for all. She doesn't have 8 kids living with me. She has 2 kids. I have 2 kids that live here. The other kids sometimes come and they stay for a week or 2, sometimes longer, sometimes less. Sometimes one of her kids will come over just to watch the house for us and the kids, the older ones, come over. If we have to go to Cebu or somewhere, whatever, because we don't leave anyone underage alone by themselves. It's against the law, and it's also very dangerous to do that. And we tend to be responsible people, so they're never without some kind of adult supervision. If something ever happens, she can get in trouble. So we have to have those bases covered, and the dogs need to be looked after too, and all that. So it goes along with the territory. Nah, they're good kids. They really are. They really are. They get on my nerves every now and then when they don't clean up something or ignore something they're supposed to do. But other than that, no, they have not been problematic at all. So I do indeed have a family out here after all. Imagine that. What family you don't have that don't talk to you or whatever, that's history. Life goes on. You develop a new family. They're expected to be raising a couple of kids, but they'll be living here until the point they finish high school. Then they'll go back to Cebu and live there, and they're doing good too. They're winning awards and stuff. Scholastically, they're doing very well. They'll probably get scholarships or something. I don't know. The others have. They're doing very well. So that's when it'll be back just to me and my girlfriend and the dogs, unless somebody's actually visiting. And sometimes they will come down to accommodate us when we have to go to Cebu because we don't have anybody to watch the dogs in the house. So, yeah, it's one of those situations. There's another reason there why it's not that easy for us to travel, okay? And there's another reason. It's hard to travel when you have a couple of underage children living there and you got 2 dogs. You can't just, pack up and leave and, let's make a trip to Palawan or somewhere, It's not that easy. It kind of ties you down and binds you a bit, but it's okay. We take advantage of opportunities when we can, Doesn't mean we're stuck here forever, I'm still thinking where I'd want to go anyway in the Philippines, to be honest with you. Never like Boracay, the last place I want to go. Too many people, too touristo, I have no interest in going to Boracay. She's been there, but I've never been there. I have no interest in going there, really. And nice white sand beaches, yeah, I got them right here too, Can't discount that. Yeah, she does. She, I don't know, she's still in Japan. Oh, she's coming back soon. She just made a trip to Japan, had nothing to do with her company. She meets her friends there and see concerts and stuff and eat out and have a good time. She has a boyfriend though, and he works in, where's he working? He's working overseas. They hardly ever see each other, but they still maintain a good relationship. You know, they're both working in the same field. I think a different company. They used to work at the same accounting firm, a big firm. It's a big firm. And she's a manager. She's actually a manager in some division of that firm. I mean, I don't think she's making like a ton of money every month. She's got good benefits, so they'll pay for her trip, you know, to particular countries. And our next trip is probably going to be America at some point. She's probably looking forward to that. No, let me explain something on that. That's a good question you're posing. Successful Filipinos don't always go for foreigners, contrary to what my belief might be that they all want foreigners. It's usually the more needy ones that are going to go for the foreigners. There you go, I said it. Yeah. They don't need to be with a foreigner. She doesn't choose to be with a foreigner. She's a smart girl. Smarter than you think. She's choosing to be with a successful Filipino. That's her choice. And they maintain a relationship long distance. I don't know how they do it, but they're concentrating on their careers. But they have a condo. They have a condo in, where is it? I don't know. I think it's an IT park. Uh, I think it's a pre-sale. I think it's a pre-sale that they're paying on. They do eventually plan to be together, live in a condo. I tell you, they got their act together. She is, but she's really needs to gain weight, and she has this physique that, you know, she's like a skeleton. She needs more facial fat. She needs more. Her arms are skinny like pencils. And actually, the other daughter is too, Penelope. But she really needs to gain some weight. And maybe her physiology just, I don't know, it just doesn't allow. But there was time that she got anemia. Yeah. But no, she's a good looking gal. All the kids are good looking. I can't believe it. The youngest one, Kai, who's here, I'm watching him grow because we've been, and he's only like what, 13 now. I've I've been in Kai's life for 9 years or more, really, 9 years. So I watched him grow up from like my own kid, he was knee high to a grasshopper, and now, I mean, he's gotten taller. He's getting more mature facial features now, more masculine features. His brother is tall, a little taller than me now, and I'm not really tall, but he's only maybe 14 or something. But he's kind of athletic. He likes to ride bikes long distance. They all got their shit together. Well, kind of like a surrogate father. Yeah, they respect me. They really do. I've never seen them ever get argumental with me at all, and I never really got really argumental with them. And I kind of take this position where you know I'm not trying to pretend to be their father. They got one father. I'm not trying to be their father. I'm not trying to take the place of the father. They know that, and we talk about things like this. We actually do. We talk about things like this. I'm not your dad, but you know, blah 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 blah. But and we have a good relationship. I told the older kid one day. I actually gave him a hug. I said, you're a great kid, and I enjoy having you here. They're not used to being hugged. They don't do that in this society out here. So it was a little surprise for him. He said he appreciated me too. So please don't tell me I don't have family out here. Anybody should be lucky to get that kind of respect and appreciation. They should be as lucky as I am. Yeah. What I lack in my blood family, I've gained in another family, which I think is fantastic. You make up for a loss. That's all you can do. Make the best of it. Just try to live the best life you can with as little interference as you can get. And that's just, someone wants to interfere in your life. Well, you got to play interference with something like that. And I think you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I don't know how long I have in my life. I really don't know. Nobody ever really knows. I'm doing the best I can, and to enjoy what I do have. I don't have as much as some people, and I maybe have a little bit more than some. Nothing spectacular. I guess compared to the average Filipino out here, that's, well, when I say average, I don't know, that's kind of stereotyping. I mean, as far as them all being broke and not to have any money, you'd be surprised how some Filipinos have tons of money. They may not look it. They may not look it, you know. They don't dress differently or nothing, but you'd be surprised what their holdings are in land and this and that and this. You'd be shocked. And many times I was shocked to find out, and some people we knew. They do well. But yeah, I mean, compared to some Filipinos that are really poor, I guess I would be considered rich to them. Well, me and Gilda are not married, but I guess you could call me a stepfather. And they hardly ever see their father anyway. They live out here. So, of course, when they go to Cebu, of course, they will spend time with their father. Sometimes their father takes them out for dinner or whatever. Old Jimmy Boy. Yeah, Jimmy Boy. And he's a nice guy, by the way. And remember, I actually met the guy. He's not callous. He's not aggressive. I think there's a little element of jealousy you know, that I'm with her, but he's accepted it and he goes on with his life and we go on with ours. No, but he's not the kind of guy that these trolls talk about, that he's going to take the house and all this shit. No, that's just complete nonsense. Complete nonsense. It's not going to happen. It'll never happen. It's not like It's not something like that. He would have done something like that a long time ago. But he's not even remote. Many people think you and Jimmy don't get on, but it's far from the truth. I only met the once in a while, but I only met him once. They came down here. They had to go somewhere and say hello to him, shook hands and all that. We talked a little bit, talked a little later. It's fine. He's fine with the whole situation. They've been over it for like 12 years or something. Not in a relationship for 12 years. It's a long time. He's had girlfriends too. I don't think he has one now, but yeah, he's gotten together with women himself. Oh, adultery, adultery, adultery. I better call the Jimmy, I guess. It is what it is. But fortunately for us, there's no kind of animosity that goes on. And thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for that. Then it would be a different situation. Then it could very well be. But it's not. Fortunately, it's not. The house is already willed, to her children anyway. It's all everything's documented. We're kind of big with paperwork around here. God, I still don't know what the hell I'm eating this morning. I'm racking my brain here thinking, I don't want to eat that oatmeal, and I ran out of this other cereal, so I'm thinking, God, am I going to have to make some eggs? I don't mind eggs. You can get 2 eggs a day. It's perfectly fine. But eggs and what? And no, I'm not going to take out, although I got some Johnsonville chicken sausage, which is very tempting. That'll go great with the eggs, but I don't know. These days, I'm so aware of this cholesterol shit, but it's not what you think with cholesterol. It's really, there's a guy, I was watching this health show. There's a guy, the guy was wondering how this guy was still alive, a doctor, because he had a cholesterol overall level of something like 700 something. If you go by today's guidelines, you want to be under 200 total cholesterol. That was dangerous, yes, 700. Absolutely. But your body actually needs cholesterol, and all this theories about high cholesterol and all that, it's really the fats and the plaque that you worry about. If it's gotten that thick in your arteries, that's a concern. Yes, of course, blockage, get a stroke or get a heart attack, either one. But You can no longer go by today's guidelines anymore. They've changed, just like the food chart. You know, remember that food chart you used to have in growing up in elementary school? This is the, you know, the healthy diet that humans should be eating. They've changed that so many times. But yeah, you could have cholesterol. You need cholesterol. Your brain even needs it. Your liver messes around with the cholesterol. It utilizes it. So yeah, you could have eggs every day if you want. Don't have a cotillion of eggs. Don't have a whole cotillion of anything fatty, obviously. That's just common sense, but some people don't have common sense. They continue to stuff their mouth. You know, they didn't bother to chew their food. They just engorge food like an eating machine. No, that's not healthy. Jimmy must not be a bad person, as the kids were brought up impeccably. Well, you know, she had to go work in Brunei many, many, many moons ago to help support the family. But the family dynamics are such that, and she was helping support, it doesn't matter. She was overseas, but you know, the men do it too. They go overseas to work. She did that. In part to get away from his family, you know, his blood family, not the immediate. Because he had a sister that always lived there, and she was jealous of everything, and she was a pain in the ass. And she couldn't stay there with that woman being there. She didn't like her at all, vice versa. So it was a great opportunity to get the fuck out of there, and yet at the same time do something for the family. And she worked for Toyota. She worked for different people out there in Brunei. I forgot how many years. She'd come back and she'd be sending all her money, as they all do. Not much for herself, but she'd be sending all her money back. But you know how it works out here. When the money stops, there's certain members of the family that they get awfully disappointed with you because you were earning the money, sending it back, and when the buck stops, then they get kind of grumpy with you. And she got out of there with all of them with that. Even with him. It's just too grumpy. When they were getting a free ride for a while, and then boom, the money stops, and so does the love stops. They get so used to getting spoiled by you, and that's what happens even in the expat relationships too. The guy has a lot of money and he runs out of money. Good test of your love. If she still wants to be in a relationship with you, then you found something special. It's one way of telling whether she's after your money or not. It's when you lose your money. Is she still there? That would be the question. And they do work very hard. I got to give them credit. They make a little bit more money in another country than they can make here, so they have to leave. You can't blame them. They don't even see their spouses and stuff, you know, these people who do this OFW work, you know, 6 months at a time. Then they come back and they get their contract renewed. They stay for a while, spend time with the family, then renew their contract or find a different contract, and they go back out overseas again. Rinse and repeat. And that's how a lot of relationships are out here. Let's say under the circumstance I had to leave this country for whatever reason. You still could make it work. OFWs don't even see their spouses and girlfriends and shit for a long period of time. They get together when they can. That's just what it is. You make the best out of it. That's all. That's what you do. It's not that complicated. Well, unless you make it complicated. Now, are they going to be faithful to you while you're gone? That's another question. Well, only you know your relationship, whether that would happen or not. If you have that much trust in your relationship, it's that solid, you don't have to worry about shit. I know one thing, when I croak, and she said it many times, I'm not interested in getting into another relationship. It's a lot of work to be in any relationship, even a good relationship. It's just a lot of work. It's like a full-time job. because you got two different personalities. Sometimes you clash, sometimes you don't, sometimes you mesh, according to what day of the week it is, but everything is not smooth sailing all the time. Sometimes you do have differences. But the difference is if you could iron out all these little bugaboos that you might have, and we don't have many. We don't have many. And she puts up with me at times that I can't believe anybody would. Really, I'll say it up front, she does. I could get in some bad moods. I don't do anything terrible with a bad mood. I just may not talk or something or whatever. That's it. She knows when to leave me alone and whatever. I know when to leave her alone. That's all. Doesn't get ugly at all. I don't strike my girlfriend. I don't do anything like that. Yeah. She puts up with some shit with me. I put up with some shit with her. It's a back and forth thing. But not much. Not much. Thank goodness for small miracles, but not much at all. Let's see. There's Roberto the Black Expat makes his way. Oh, Miko says, I've never experienced a culture around the world other than PI where they think nothing of asking for money. Brazing as brass, Fazio, story, the Christmas card that sums it up. And yeah, they do. There's a lot of expectations out here. I even had a truck driver once that really had an expectation every time there was a holiday. They weren't. It wasn't my family. They were not part of my family. There's somebody that would be our driver. We have a different one since because his expectations, he's expecting. Even came out with it. You got something for Christmas for me or bonus or something? No. When they start asking, that's when I don't give. That's when I don't give. I do it on my own. But when they actually have an expectation of getting something from me, that's when I don't give it. And the present driver we had for a long time, we overpay him sometimes for his work. We don't always play because he also makes a lot of stops for us too. We stop here, he waits for us. We stop there, he waits for us. That's money being lost. So you can get other customers. So we pay him accordingly. I don't cheap out like Fazio. If it's going to cost him another extra peso, he falls apart, has an argument. No, we're not like that at all. We feel that we're helping ourselves, having somebody who's there for us even 2 o'clock in the morning to get a ferry or something. He's there, we'll wake up. And we reward him in our own way by giving him more business so him and his wife can survive and have food besides other fares that he's getting from other people. We're pretty much a staple in his life. Miko says, I thought actually hold many PI people back in their lives. They get used to asking for money instead of bettering themselves. Well, yeah, there's a lot of that happens. Well, you just can't be too dependent on somebody. That gets ugly. And I told you a story about a girl I knew in Constellation, I don't want to have to go into that story again, but these were neighbors, and she's helping them out until the money stopped, and they got ugly with her. End of story on there without going into detail. I've spoken about it before. That's just as one example. Yeah. You got to handle Filipinos with kid gloves. You really do. They are sensitive to a lot of things. You got to really play it safe with them. You got to watch what you say because they don't even always understand our slang. If you come from America, what you might be saying to them might be, it's even how you might pronounce, some of the local language. If you don't say it the right way at the same tone, it can have a whole different meaning that could be insulting. So you got to watch what you say. If you want to learn the language, just know how to say it, and what it means, because there's certain similar words that mean exactly the opposite. And you got to be real careful with that. And then they don't like people who will publicly display any anger of any sort. They don't like that. Or they do with each other, but they watch foreigners get into it with somebody at a bar or whatever. They look down on that. it's a lot of little nuances. I mean, there's a lot of things you can't. Excuse me. They don't like when you raise your voice. If I had to raise my voice, Gilda would say, "Lower your voice." Well, sometimes I don't mirror. Sometimes here, maybe I'm talking a little louder because I got some hearing impairment, and sometimes you'll talk louder than you think you are, and she'll remind me that don't God, don't say that around here. Somebody might hear you and might be something that they might find very offensive or something for whatever reason. So you got to also watch yourself. You got to tip your toe around some of the locals out here because it doesn't take much for to upset a Filipino. Something you say or how you'll whatever make reference to or whatever it might be. You got to watch it. Losing face, yeah, exactly. We talk about that a lot. They're big on that. They don't want to lose face at all. You can be in a worst relationship with the creepiest person in the world, but it don't matter if you break up. Um, the friends look at you in a way that's kind of like looking down at you. Actually, they don't want to know that the guy, for example, especially if the guy broke up with her. Oh yeah, that really branches out to all her friends and neighbors, and they kind of look down on her. At least they think they do. That's not always the case, but they kind of feel that way, that they're being looked down on because their relationship broke up.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
Do you hear that?
You've got mail.
Do you hear that?
You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail.
Okay, I got to take this
You've
call.
got mail.
It's Gilda.
You've got mail.
So I'll talk to you guys
You've got
later.
mail.
Okay.
You've got mail.
And,
You've got mail.
thanks for the dialogue.
You've got mail.
And,
You've got mail.
I'm afraid that I really didn't give Big Kevin enough material this morning to make an excellent show, but he'll probably do it anyway. But if anything, I've only given good advice to him, and he either takes it or he don't. I don't really care either way because Big Kevin is nobody to me. He's not a personal friend, and never even met the guy, and I don't really care to. But he's got to run a show, and he's got to make money. He's got to keep the algorithm going to get his income from that every month. And the surprising thing is he doesn't always make $100 a month. You got to make a platform of like $100 to get paid. Oh, thanks for that donation. Just so I'll be able to make my $100 to get paid. So he doesn't really make much money on his show. And what they do send him, paltry amounts of money, really. It doesn't always add up to a lot. They take 30% off the top. It's the same top in Thailand, and in Thailand they could actually get violent if you insult them. Oh, absolutely, man. So just don't insult anybody. I mean, really insult them, not hearsay, but don't really insult somebody if you could all help it. I know you got to be yourself. You got your own emotions. You got your own tolerance level. But I think you just got to bring it down to a certain level, and just kind of keep it there. It doesn't mean you can't say what you want, but say it in a way and be direct. I'm very direct. I'm certainly direct with him. I don't hold anything back with the big cabin at all. I know the life he's living. I know what probably goes on with his daily life out there, no matter what he tells you, that he's living a life, he's killing it and all that stuff. No, he's killing himself. You'll see in the future. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. With that being said, catch you later, guys. I got to talk to my lady. Thank you very much. On his last video he just did, and I think everybody should really listen to it. I will promote a channel if what they have to say is actually worthwhile listening to. So Mike's Philippines retirement, and he's talking about, very eloquently spoken, about the expectations of actually living out here. And I think he covers it almost from A to Z. And there's a lot of considerations, of course, when you move out here. It's not what people think it is, but I used to talk about this on my show quite a bit in my experiences of being out here. But I think Mike did I got to give credit when it's due. And what he had to say about that was right on target. And he covers, and I'll just have you listen to it, and instead of me repeating everything that he said. But Mike's Philippines Retirement is his last show, and it's right on target. He's right on target. The expectations everybody has when they move out here. And this may seal the deal for you to move out here, or may seal the deal for you not to move out here if that's what you're planning. But it's not everything you think it is. The women are not going to be running up to you. I'm just giving you some excerpts. They're not going to be running up to you like you're some rock star. Of course, I've talked about this myself. Of course, I have. But I think he puts it a lot better than I could verbalize it or vocalize it. And he hits upon some pretty good topics on here. So, with that being said, that's all I need to say on here. It's just a little addendum after listening to his show. And I will give him a plug on that show, Mike's Philippines Retirement. And why don't you just listen to that show and at some point in the future, tell me what you think about what he had to say. Is this information you already knew or expected? Was it really disappointing to hear what he had to say about people who wanted to pick up and leave and come and live in the Philippines? So it's always refreshing to hear somebody's thoughts about this, and especially ones that I absolutely have to agree on, because there's a lot of nuances. There's a lot of things that you have to really consider when you move out here. I mean, there's so many, and that the average person does not think of any of this. Again, it's not like it's what he's talking about that I haven't talked about before, like these expectations and so forth. It's having to do with living your life vicariously through other people's shows and all the excitement in their life, and they're thinking that's the way it's going to be for me. But keeping in mind, the denominator of what he had to say is it's not always like that. Far different from that. And they move out here, they're drooling, they're coming out here, they think they're going to get all these women and everything from the environment to the infrastructure to you name it, all plays part in how they experience the Philippines. So with that being said, humor me, whatever you want to do. Go and watch Mike's Philippines Retirement. And at some point in the future, tell me what you thought about his show, Mike's Philippines Retirement. And he very eloquently spoken about this. He hit every concernable topic really in one show that you could talk about as far as your expectations of living here, staying here, and what life is really like, and not really what you see other people highlight on their show. Because what they're doing is they're highlighting their experience out here. They're only showing what they want to show you, the good in their life that they've experienced, but they're not, a lot of these shows are not pointing out all the failures financially, socially, and otherwise. The experience could turn out to be something that they never expected. So, as I said, humor me, whatever. I'm giving a plug for his show today. I mean, Mike's Philippines Retirement has a lot to talk about everything, but when you're trying to keep the old algorithms going and you want to make money, you're going to do a show every day if you're monetized, and that's what Mike does. We're all capitalists in our own way, so I can't hold that against Mike, but when you really get involved with the monetization system on here, you feel an obligation to be very consistent with finding topic matters for your show. Even though you might have been repeating it 20 times before, you'll talk about it again, maybe a different touch to it, but it's the same denominator, no matter whatever. It's the same thing all the way around. But it's interesting to listen to somebody else's perspective. With that being said, go take a listen to it. Tell me what you think sometime. Whatever it is that they want to do, they will trip over each other trying to find fault with me or anybody. I always say there's other people too. Trip over each other. But then they get a final trip, or maybe they break their leg. And this is the way it works on here. Call it karma, call it whatever you want to call it, but it's the same story over and over again. Mr. Black Expat, Mike Luna, and Johnny Wad are fighting on Discord right now over who hates you more. Oh, that's rich. Yeah, that's rich. I don't know. I'd have to say Johnny, which, that's Warren, if you didn't know that. Now you know. Okay, that's Warren. Oh, it's Warren. Don't have to believe me. Yeah. I don't know what Mike Luna's trip is, but whatever. But, let's keep it to the point here. If you just act as a fly on the wall, you learn a lot of things. And you just kind of let the people do what they're going to do. I mean, that's a little tactic of mine. Don't want to give all my tactics away, but sometimes if you listen sometimes, you find out a whole lot of stuff about people. Some stuff that you never expected. And sometimes people provide you with some really accurate information on the side. Not all of it that I get is accurate. A lot of it is bullshit. But some of it proves to be true. I mean, how do you think Brevis's name came out of Drew Norty? Who do you think put that out, gave it to Aloe? Me. I did. I'm the one that discovered an investigator. Is that what he does? No, you don't need an investigator, man. You just need smarts. Of course, sometimes I let people take the credit on something. It makes them feel better. But there's a lot of information out there that I put out, and it caught on. And of course, it turned out to be true. Let's see. Warren Watt. I'm surprised that the motherfucker is even still alive. Of course, the news of his death was greatly exaggerated. But to tell you the truth, I've seen Warren on camera, and you're talking about an obese dude that I don't even know if he was ambulatory. He had legs the size, 3 times the size of fucking Ricky. I mean, he was so obese that he was on oxygen or something. I remember. So he's a person who has he's behind a lot of shit, actually, because if you remember Warren had the time to thoroughly research. Warren had the time to take notes like Fazio did. He was close to Fazio, and they did the same thing. I mean, they didn't just take notes. They took notes. Everything you did. They recorded everything you did and said. Warren had the time on his hands because he was housebound, mostly. And the only time, and the complex he lives in Australia, has kind of a courtyard that has some benches. And he would venture out to the benches and sit down. That's about as far away from the house he was willing to go at some point. Yeah. He had a business where he made, maybe on the side, doorknobs out of wood and stuff like that. Yeah. Archery. He was getting into an archery business at some point. Well, how do I know all this stuff? Well, I do. He didn't have all this money he claimed he had, but it's the same bullshit on here, man. Same bullshit. Just becomes another day after a while. It's the same bullshit. The one common denominator with every single one of these people, there's something that's void in their life. There's something that ain't working for them. And they got this bitter attitude. I hate to play a broken record on this shit, but sometimes you have to. They're not living the life that they want you to think that they are living. And that is why they are so bitter. They're so bitter. Hey, got a great speaking voice, got a great relationship. Grounded, that same word, gone grounded. I got roots here now. I've got a decent life. Some people don't want to see you living that kind of life. I could elaborate on this in greater detail, but I don't really have to, because that pretty much sums it up. They are upset with you because some part of their life, some element of their life is not going as well as they would like it. They could even be in a relationship, and maybe that's not working. Or maybe they kind of complicated their relationship because they took more than one woman under their wings. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. That creates complications. One woman is enough, then you want to balance a relationship with other women at the same time, have babies with them. I mean, it'll go to prove that it makes life a lot more complicated. Shaun the Sheep is back. Popeye hiding behind a computer screen. Well, they all are. You know, a lot of you guys think I'm so disturbed about the atmosphere here on YouTube, but you got that so wrong. I've been aware of these people for a long time and where they're coming from. That's why I'm not that bothered. The drips and drabs of information that come out, well, they come out, and you learn a lot. They're not living the life they're trying to portray to you. And I realize I sound like Barry, who becomes a broken record, but sometimes you have to say it again and emphasize it as much as you can so people understand the dynamics of what's actually going on in here on YouTube. And I got it down. The dynamics, I've got it down. They're lacking something. They're envious. They're jealous. I mean, shit. I'm not rubbing my knuckles against my chest, but I'm not a bad-looking dude for my age. I've been holding together pretty well. I never managed to become obese. I think I'm reasonably healthy. I have a great diet, take supplements, got a great girlfriend, and, you know, the whole list, you know, that you're all aware of already. I have made accomplishments. I actually have. What they call an accomplishment, maybe it might be the same as what I deem to be an accomplishment, but I certainly have. Even the little things I accomplished, they're still accomplishments. I didn't change the world in any way. I didn't run a big business venture. I didn't do anything that elaborate, but I have done things in my life that I thought were important to me. Small accomplishments, whether getting a picture published or whatever it might have been, graduating school. It's still all an accomplishment, and not everybody out there has actually done that. So it's very easy for them to find fault with somebody or create fault when there isn't any. I mean, we're all at fault at something in our life. You know, we're not all perfect, I'm trying to say, but what they talk about me, it's absolutely laughable. My life is not the way they talk about. I'm the only me and Gilda are the only ones that would know what our life is about. Anybody who's met me, they know I'm a pretty decent guy, even Mick Fisher. You know, even what's his face, Ricky, even Brevis. They've all sat down with me. When push comes to shove, they're not going to say Frank seemed like a very abrasive person, or he was a bad guy, or his relationship looked really horrible. Every single one of those people, not many that have met me, could not stand up there and say that it looks to me that Frank has a pretty good relationship with his girlfriend, that she seems to be a great person. Even Nico, he knows what she's all about. She's a very gentle person, a nice woman. Not worth making fun of. There's nothing to make fun of her. She's a decent person. They've all met me, and when I met Nico on the ferry, I wasn't acting like an asshole to him at all. He seen I was a real person, okay? I wasn't going off on him or nothing like that. Every single person that I met, if you had to get them to tell the truth, they say, Frank seemed like a pretty normal dude. He wasn't aggressive, he wasn't this, he wasn't that. So, it's just when they get pissed off about something, when it doesn't go their way, that's when they talk shit about you. So if you've ever met me, you know exactly what I'm like. Not totally, because you never spent that much time with me, of course, but you got a pretty good idea what I was all about. Yeah. I'm not 71 yet. The end of the month. Don't make me any older than I am. Not many 70-year-olds in the West leave the house. Sean the Sheep says, point being, is hot and humid in your neck of the woods and mosquitoes on the prowl. No, I haven't seen many mosquitoes, only after a rain or something, but that's been dry here the past few days. It's pretty damn dry. It's sunny out today. And no, I haven't been out of the house today at all. I've actually been kind of busy around the house here. Kind of putting things away that should be put away, that haven't been put away. Putting the kids' clothes in their room that's dry. Doing a lot of shit around there, cleaning the floors. I told you, I don't stay still very much. I'm not as stagnant as people would like to think that I am. I'm always on the move, one way or the other. And that's the way I actually prefer it. Hold on, I gotta... Okay. Ave como va. Okay. Katsu chicken. Katsu chicken. That's what's on the menu. Katsu chicken. If I need to tell you what I'm eating and every damn thing I'm fucking doing. But just be a little bit more, shall I say, observant of kind of what's going on in the corn community. And they all come to the same conclusion. These people are pretty fucked up. In fact, a lot of them are royally fucked up. There's always something going on in their life they're not going to tell you about. They're chasing their tails, and I'll say that till the day I do croak. They're chasing their tails. Big Kevin, every one of them is chasing their fucking tails, man. They're not accomplishing anything in their life. They're going through all the motions of life. They're trying to show you the best part. In fact, Mike's Philippines retirement, I guess he said it pretty well. That's why I suggested earlier, and I don't normally listen to Mike's Philippines retirement very much. It shows up. I remember him saying that a lot of people who are making choices to move out here in the Philippines, they watch certain people's YouTube channels, you know, the activity, because everybody's trying to present their best version of their success of coming out to Southeast Asia, of being an expat. And it's all they try to do is portray all the good in their life and how happy and successful they are. Some of them got harems. You know, some of them have a lot of money. Some of them don't. Some of them came out here and just totally exploded out here. They couldn't take it, but they sold everything they couldn't get back, or they came out here, you know, the Filipino took advantage of all their money. You've heard all the stories. But Mike's Philippines retirement did a pretty good job, and that's why I even mentioned it on everything he had to talk about. He doesn't even have to do any more shows, actually, because I think what he talked about in his one video, I really think sums up the Philippines experience out here. Let's see. Jason. Mario talking all kinds of bluster on Discord, making claims about your fine. Yeah, that would be Mario. And what is he saying? And yeah, Rod, I always listen to Rod. He's always on point too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Rod too. Amazing Philippines. He's a good guy. So what's my boy Mario saying now? And he thinks he knows about my finances, huh? No, he don't. No, he don't. If you're going to mention it, do share. Get on point. Let's see. Mr. Mario. So he's talking shit about me, huh? Hit him up for money? When? Why? Mario never gave me a fucking peso. He didn't need to. Patty's back. No shit, you think so, Patty? Well, there's a lot I can tell you about old Mario boy. Yeah, I will send him a nice email. I certainly will. So what was he saying about my finances? Be specific. Oh, I love that word, specific. What about my finances? Oh, says the money is running dry, as if he would even know that. He wouldn't. You see, I never told him everything. There's a reason. Because the whole time I was talking to that guy, for several years, I always suspected that he was a troll. I always suspected that if you want to talk about short, you got to meet this guy. He's shorter than Barry. When he met me accidentally in S&R, I thought, oh man, you're bigger than I thought you were. And he was shorter than I thought he was. Old Mario boy. He thought I was put together pretty well. Let's just say that. Mario is a sad individual if he's obsessed with Frank's finances. Well, pretty much. A lot of people obsessed with me, period. I'm not going to go to the same speech I did at the beginning of the show, but the highlights are very simple. That and key points are that not everything seems to be the way it is, as far as like how people represent themselves, their lifestyle and all that stuff. It's all the smoke screen. They want you to believe that they're living. Damn, I gotta drink something. They want you to believe they're living that high lifestyle. Just trust me, they're not. I mean, look, when somebody goes, and those that never put the go on, and those that just never go on camera, never really want to identify who they really are, it's because they got something to hide. Otherwise, they would at least sometime come on camera and not pretend to be somebody that they're not, or go under a different name or some crap like that. If you had nothing to hide, you have nothing to hide. Shit, if I had something to hide, I would not still be on YouTube at all. I mean, at all. Because when you got something to hide, you're going to be anonymous, you're going to use a false name, you may get off YouTube altogether. When the iron gets hot, I'm still here. Jason Bubblehead says, so Mario's one of the most obsessed trolls. He just tries to hide himself. Well, he has a reason to do that. Well, I already told you what he's hiding from. He don't want to make himself known because he turned somebody in that's getting some hard time in jail. And the associates of this person are after him. That's what's going on. He goes from his house into his car, air conditioning on, goes to wherever he has to go, to a store, wherever he has to go. He doesn't go out in public. He'll never create a YouTube show and show himself. He goes on the different troll accounts on here. I'm aware of it. Now here's what I did with him. I used to get pretty personal with him, but then I have limitations. Because I always had, well, I always lived by the thought that leave 1% doubt with somebody. That they're really a decent person, or maybe they're a troll or something, I've always did that with him. And we've had arguments over that too. You'd think he was my bitch or something, We had arguments over that. Why would I ever do that to you? Why would I ever do that to you? Oh yeah, we had arguments over that. Oh yeah. Shit, if we were married, we'd be getting a divorce, Me and him. I used to talk to him sometimes several times a day for 3 years. But I never gave him all the information. Oh yeah, we talked about Barry. That was our connection, really. If it wasn't about Barry, mostly, we'd have nothing to talk about. And he really hated Barry. As much as I didn't like him, and he wanted to see Barry get what he got coming to him. But you see, he's the kind of person that will turn on you. He's a genuine snitch. When you want to really define a snitch, he's a genuine snitch. That's why there's a guy in jail for 10 years. Powerful guy. Yeah. And he has friends. And, he turned a guy in. I'm not sure why he got involved in all this. I don't know all the details. I don't remember or care to remember, really. How he got involved in this matter, I really don't know. But if that's the same Mario that you're talking about, unless somebody's just going under his name, and that's a possibility too. But would I be surprised if it was the Mario? No. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Nothing surprises me. Because, he was used to talking to me sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. Now we don't talk. So, he built up his legs and became one of the fence jumpers. That's kind of how it worked, to sum it up. Sounds a bit like Chris and Sabu. Let's see. Oh, Patty's starting to catch on. So trolls are not looks, but the enemy. I'm starting to catch on. Span the sheep says, Sean the sheep says, sounds like a lot like Chris and Sabu. Jason Silverman says, he's not Mr. Istirahe because that's Mike Ross. Well, somebody said that was Mike Ross because, see, Mike Ross, you're not really telling me too much I don't know. I suspected that could have been Mike Ross because Mike Ross is blocked on my channel, but he always wants to come on and put a comment on. Yeah. And they owe me money. They all said I'd never get Barry. Nothing would ever happen to him. We made a 50,000 peso bet. Yeah. Listen up. Guy called WTF, Don C, and Mike Ross. They all owe me 50,000 pesos. Because they said if I could get Barry in jail, get him arrested, they would pay me 50,000 pesos. And of course, they never kept to that promise. There you go. Sean says it's hard to keep up with all these shady characters. Yeah, it can be. And also Mike Ross still owes. Yeah. You won the bet fair and square. Yeah, I did, but you think I believed them that they were going to hand me that over? And the good old Don C, who has money, didn't come through, did he? Yeah. So I realize that a lot of people that come on my show are going under sock account names. I'm not surprised that anyone who's actually on here right now. I'm not that gullible. People who just got caught up in the drama and they come back. And what happens is if I block them and they really want to become part of the comments on my show, they just go into a sock account name. What, you think I don't know that? 50K doesn't begin to scratch the surface, yeah. Don C needs to sell the Weber and pay up also. Nah, they're never going to pay up anything to me. Nor do they really want to help Barry. And there may be other circumstances, maybe they would, but because there's money involved with me is why they're on the hesitant side of doing so. That's the only thing that's holding them up. Or maybe they just don't really want to. They know Barry's a piece of shit. It's already been established. There's no question about that. Nobody has to think twice on that. All the shit he's done to people, you know. And the very same people who used to donate to Barry, he shunned them many times. And I guess these people have a memory too. Though CW, he goes in every direction. He was helping Barry out with tons of money. Then they kind of had a little spat, whatever, and then he was against Barry, talking shit about Barry. Now I guess he's probably friendly with Barry again or something, and whatever. Two lovers in the night, I don't know. Maybe they do stuff on cam, who the fuck knows? Who knows what they did? Who knows what anyone else did in there? I don't really know. I don't think I want to even visualize it. I had suspect about Fazio doing that shit with a couple of his, Scott and somebody else, you know, doing some funky things on camera, on Skype. But I didn't want to even put that in my memory bank. I really don't want to think about that or visualize that. These people were all fucked up in one way or the other. Squeaky man, yeah, his voice, for a guy, it's a pretty good size. His voice just don't match the body, you know what I mean? And his appearance doesn't match his age. He looks a lot older than his age. And he has such a high voice for a man of that size. Yeah, it's squeaky, but it's something else. It's squeaky and it's sneaky. He's like a weasel. The only way I can explain him, my characterization, is he's a weasel. Probably the best description I could say. He's a weasel kind of guy. Oh, he may have a couple of bucks, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they all claim to have money. And maybe he does. Maybe he's been in legitimate business, or AI, whatever he's been talking about. Maybe that's legitimate. But it doesn't change his person as his character. Money does not make you a good person. Money does not make you an honest person. And a lot of people with a lot of money, they're not honest. That's how they made their money, by not being honest, cutting corners on taxes. I mean, there's all kinds of loopholes. Not every successful person did it honestly. And that applies to a lot of big, huge businesses. Cutting corners, tax breaks, sweetheart deals, all that shit. That's how they get successful. Yeah, CW is hard to read. I don't know where he's coming from, really. And why he doesn't like me. I never had any problems with CW in the past. Never met the guy either. But you got to understand, he was on Barry's side. And him and Barry had some kind of a weird-ass connection, man. I don't know what it was. And why CW, I think he comes from the South originally. I think maybe that's the connection. Yeah, I think that's the connection because they both come from the South. I believe CW does come from the South. That might be the little connection there, perhaps. Nick Smith says, Frisbee could open up a waffle flipping business in Bickerton and earn 50 pesos profit a day for 8 years. Patty says, YouTube should have certified accounts so you know exactly who everyone is. Nah, that's never going to happen. YouTube and Google, they're making good money from these people. And you make more money if you live in America than you live in the Philippines, as far as your AdSense and all that stuff. You're making quite less than people in America would make. But, when you really need the cash, you monetize your channel. Even a couple $100 a month could make the difference because a lot of people are not paying much rent. So, if you got a good show, well, not necessarily a good show, but a show that does attract people in one way or another, and you got enough viewers and all that, well, I think it's a real plus because that could pay their rent. And a lot of people do have a low. I don't have a high Social Security. A lot of people could really benefit from having, according on how you look at his benefit, maybe financially, even if it's just a few $100 a month or more. That could, it's a life-changing situation. That money could pay the rent. I don't have to pay rent. We own the house. Don't have to pay rent. And the taxes are so small every year. What, about 7,000 or 8,000 pesos a year for this house? Jesus Christ. You can't touch that with a stick. I mean, it's amazing. Frisbee can call his business the Hunchback Hobgoblin's Mantis Waffle Flipper. Nick Swit, by some chance, are you John Doe? You're going to tell me anyway, right? I don't know. The funny thing about Mike Ross, maybe because I knew a guy, I think his name was Mike Ross, that worked for the Parks Department. He worked in the same district I did. And that was his name. And I always picture Mike Ross as being this black dude. So when I think of Mike Ross, I think of some black dude. Because I did work with a guy called Mike Ross who happened to be a black dude. I always envision him as that. Popeye's been pretty quiet because people have been pretty burned out on his shows. He got tired of simulcasting me because he had to keep on doing his monologue at the end of the show, and people and himself were realizing that his monologues were the same, and people were getting bored with it. Even his videos sucked. It lost its luster because he was utilizing different clips in his videos that he keeps on reusing over and over again. But it's cowards like Popeye that he says himself, He said his own words. You're not going to do nothing to me. He lives too far away. You're not going to do nothing. I could say whatever I want about you and not worry about it, but, you can't think that way. If I got sent to the States or something, right? That means I'm free to travel, right? Maybe I'll be a little bitter. Maybe I'd pay a little visit to him someday. I know where he lives, of course. Everybody has his address. I could find him so easily, walk up to his goddamn door if I wanted to. I know where he lives. I know his complete address. So does everybody else. So Popeye has taken a lot of chances, calling me a fucking child predator, calling me a pedophile. Popeye would never say that to my face. He wouldn't say that to anybody. In fact, he wouldn't say a bad word to anybody in person, but he feels he can get away with that through the comfort and privacy and protection of his home and his computer screen. But then again, you all know that. Popeye keeps falling asleep during the simulcast with his Afghan on his lap. Gypsy's here. Mike Ross is also a rapper. That's probably where Black association comes from. How do you know he's a rapper? I have no clue. How's China there, Gypsy? I have somebody coming back from Japan. I don't know, stepdaughter, I guess I could call her, yeah. I told her, bring me something back. Bring me some matcha green tea, some good Japanese matcha green tea. And she will do that for me. She always does. She'll ask, what do you want me to bring back? She always bring back something. Shaun the Sheep says, Popeye would piss his pants if Frank knocked. Sure as hell he would. You know that, I know that. And he knows that. I get tired of hearing about this age bullshit. Age don't mean shit, man. You got 2 arms, you got 2 legs, that's all you need. You got teeth to bite, you got that too. I could rip an ear off if I wanted to. I mean, there's no limit at what you can do. I don't care what age you're at. If you're still alive and you're still breathing and you got used to your legs, your feet, your hands and your arms and your mouth, believe me, there's a lot you can do to cause some damage. Sure, he pissed his pants. As I said, they all have a common denominator, man. They're all real losers. Now, the word on the street now is that old Brevis, Drew Norty, they got ousted out of their city suites, whatever, family suites apartment over in the, what do you call area in the city? Well, he's been living there quite a while. Apparently, he's causing more trouble. It's like the guy can't stay out of trouble, man. They left the country that they were in trouble to come to another country to cause more trouble. Go figure. They just can't stay out of trouble. Popeye is a real tough guy, hiding behind the screen. Yeah, obviously so. So I think life's going to be better here in the Philippines if they fucked up their life in the States. I don't know how they figure that. As I say, you carry yourself no matter where you go. If you're an asshole and a troublemaker, you're going to be an asshole and a troublemaker in this country too. Anyway, it's voting day today. They're all going crazy down in Cebu. It's a madhouse. Officials are passing out money in envelopes to get people to vote for them. You know, why do you want your vote that way? Don't you want somebody to vote for you because they believe in you, they know your character, they know that you'll get the job done, but that doesn't work that way. But when you think about it, it's the same thing in the United States. They're giving money in different ways. Businesses, corporations are giving money to vote for them, to stand behind them. You've got businesses that are all this money to the candidates, whether it's senatorial, gubernatorial, whatever it might be. They're getting rich just on the campaigns, because where does the rest of that money go? Let's say people have donated to your campaign, right? And you've got a lot of leftover money. Where do you think that's going to go? To the poor? No, it's going to go to the candidate's pocket. So even if they don't get elected, they made money. There's a lot of money in being a senator or a governor or something. Why do you think people go into politics? They don't go in there generally poor, but they come out awfully rich because there's a lot of sweetheart deals they do for people. Politics is a stressful job, and normally you would say, why does anybody want to go into politics? It's too stressful. Well, sometimes it's worth the stress. If they could become zillionaires from being in a political government office, Brevis should think about stability with that kid he's got. Nah, it's never going to happen, Gypsy. Never going to happen. Shit, I miss some real Chinese food, man. And you're living right there in China, too. Some good Chinese food. I haven't had authentic Chinese food as long as I can remember. Of all places, New York, I had legitimate Chinese food. And there were a couple of places in Seattle that weren't too bad, but that's it. I'm living in Asia and I can't find, Chinese food, authentic Chinese food. And I'm here living in Asia? There's got to be something wrong with this picture. Yeah, even small provincial mayors have nice houses. Oh yeah, the guy used to be either deputy mayor or mayor over here. He's living high on the hog. He's the one that owns a property down the block. When I take a walk and I said, this is this ex-mayor or whatever, his property. Who do you think I bought this house from? Who do you think I bought this house from? This guy was like a deputy mayor or something. forgot his position. Yeah, I bought this house from a deputy mayor or something. Forgot his entitlement exactly. It's a very popular name out here too. He's got a lot of money. Yeah, every politician, they live in nice houses, they own a lot of property. Goes without saying. I have no respect for bums who get girls pregnant and do a runner. Yeah, I don't either, man. I have no respect at all for somebody that does that. None. You got to take responsibility. For all I know, I might have some children out there I don't know about, but it wouldn't be because of me. You know, I would take responsibility if I knew, if I impregnated a girl, if I knew and she told me. Don't forget, I had a lot of hit and miss relationships out there. Strangers in the dark, you know, passing ships in the dark type of shit. And who the hell knows if I have another kid or two out there? I would not know unless they told me. Maybe they didn't want to tell me. Maybe they want to raise it on their own. Maybe I didn't look like good candidates. Maybe I wasn't making a lot of money or working at the time or whatever it was. It could be 1,000 reasons, but it's possible. But, you know, at that time, if I knew somebody got pregnant from me, I would take some responsibility as best as I could. According to my financial situation, I would have to help in some way. I don't run away from a situation like that. The kid needs a father. But this is done all the time out here in the Philippines. You got all the expats, the sexpats coming out here. They're impregnating people like you wouldn't believe. How many Amerasians are out there, you know, and it's kids that will never know their father, ever. May not even know his name. I did see a good documentary about Angeles City. It's right on YouTube. And well, I don't forget the title of it. It's all about Angeles City and it had to do with the prostitutes and they get pregnant, the hard life they're living before they get pregnant, the hard life they have when they get pregnant from a foreigner, and he disappears on her. And it's kind of a sad story. And the little kid goes, I'm going to meet my daddy someday. And that's really sad. They might know his first name, John or something, you know. The guy doesn't come into the kid's life at all. And so you say, whose fault is it? The girl for wanting to work as a prostitute, or the guy who's being irresponsible tourist here that wants to get laid and doesn't use protection? Who do you want to lay it on? I guess both of them, really. She didn't use protection either, but most girls out here don't. I understand there are birth control pills that are available to the Filipinos out here, but they don't use them, or they don't have the money to get them, or actually they can get them for free in certain clinics. Or there's always protection for guys, and you can get that free. Go to any clinic of some sort, you know, a health clinic, and if a guy wants some rubbers or something, he can get that for free, even out here. They don't want to use it, though. And somebody gets pregnant, then they don't want to take responsibility, and it creates a really ugly story. I honestly don't believe. I respect people who kind of work that way. They want to have their fun, but they don't want to take any responsibility for what they do. And you shouldn't be bringing any more kids into this life unless you are going to take responsibility. You want to play, you got to pay. Ask Ricky about that. You want to play, you got to pay. Just to get your rocks off, then you create life. The girl has to carry that for 9 months. And what I understand about pregnancy, it's not that fun. Try having something the size of a bowling ball come out of your vagina. That can't be fun. But it was sure fun getting to that point, wasn't it, though? Pleasure, moments of pleasure, which leads to misery later on, because you have to maybe take care of that baby. You don't have the money to do it, and the father doesn't want to come forward, doesn't want to be responsible. There's a million stories in the naked city, and that's the problem right there. They got naked, they got funky and spunky, and You know, sperm met ovum, and that was it. A new life is created without a proper mother and father. It's not right. But I'm not going to be on here forever. I just, case in point was about trolls in general, and just like whether it's true or not that Drew got ousted out of his apartment, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Always causing trouble, always getting into trouble. I knew he was trouble from the first time I met him. Me and my girlfriend, we seen right through that. We actually saw right through that. It didn't take, because after I talked to her afterwards, we discussed him a bit. And we knew this guy was a creep. And he literally was trolling me, man. He was actually, not trolling me. He was, I turn this fan on. Stalking me. He absolutely was. He did that with other people too. He'd show up at Fazio's place. Even was recording him when he was on the phone with Scott Del Fuego or something. Fazio was near the window to get some breeze or something, and there was Brevis in the yard. He was photographing anything, making some rude comments while he was doing it about the conditions of where Fazio lived. And he was recording Fazio from the window talking to Scott Del Fuego. Who has a telescope in their living room to peep on people. He does. He had a telescope. Yeah, you're right. I know you're talking about it already. We're apparently on the same train of thought. And he does. The guy's creepy, man. That's all I can tell you. Just watch out for this guy. He's dangerous to himself, too. The guy's a creep, man. And one thing's, look, karma, whatever you want to call it, it's going to keep on happening to this guy, and it's going to happen in a big way. Because he can't help being who he is. And he's always getting into trouble. And one day he's going to really piss somebody off really fucking bad. I think the only reason his girlfriend is with him is support of the baby. Yeah, well, that's my thoughts. Sometimes it's unfortunate you have to stay with somebody because you need that kind of support. And you got to feed the baby. You got to feed yourself. And sometimes it's worth some of the horror in a relationship and some of the shit that you got to take from somebody to you stay in a relationship because financial purposes. The telescope is sort of symbolic of his personality. Yeah, I would think so. Told you, man, there's creepy people out there, creepy crawlers. All these trolls. Think about it. You don't have to take my word. Give it some thought. You're familiar with a lot of the players on here? Give it some thought. And you will find so many faults in these people. You will find so much fault in their personalities, their characters. Things that you've heard or seen. They're all fucked up. Look at Big Kevin. He is really fucked up. But I already devoted a show on him alone. I won't do another one. He's pretty fucked up. They're all fucked up. They can't stay in a relationship, keep a relationship, or one woman isn't enough for them. Gets other people pregnant. That sounds familiar. And then they even live together. I mean, it's sick. It's just fucking sick. All right, I got to get off here. I think I'm going to need to go downtown, as hot as it is, because I'm not sure what I'm eating tonight. Oh, I think I still got some sirloin steaks here. I could take one out and defrost it for tonight. Oh, shit, I got to go downtown anyway. Yeah, I think I might have to do that. Let me get off this thing. I got it on charge anyway right now because the power is pretty much down. But think about what I said. If you really examine the character of these people on here, you'll learn everything you need to know. So why are they all attacking me? Well, because I'm quite a challenge. That's why. That's why. And because their life is not as good as mine. I mean, I'm not saying I lived a spectacular life. No, I don't. But I got some of the right elements in there, and they're not really happy with that. I got things going for me, put it that way, and some of them really don't. I don't care, despite their thickness of their wallet and everything else. It doesn't mean that they got their life together. No, not at all. But they got to make up for that by attacking other people to make them feel bad, to make them feel bad as they're feeling. And of course, again, a lot of these trolls are living their life vicariously. Hey, I've seen my stats. Over 65% or more of people that don't even live in the Philippines that watch my channel. 65%, I think that was a figure, that don't even live in the Philippines. Just a few people from Canada and 65% from US. There's 17% or something from Philippines. There's not many people from Philippines. That's the majority of my audience, really. Not that much really coming from the Philippines. Surprise. But when you hear all this bullshit on here, you see, they don't like being dissed. They don't like when something doesn't work out their way. It makes them even more pissed off, to make them want to do more shit. That's how it works. It's kind of like an attitude of, I'll show you. You wait and see. Show me what? And for what? What did I do? I'm just being myself. If that bothers them, then maybe they kind of like shouldn't watch my channel. If that upsets them so much. I get people that write me. Not a lot of people, but here and there I get an email. And they pretty much talk about their hate for me and call me every name in a book. Or say you have a suck-ass channel, but I say the same line to them. But yet you watch. Why? There you go. Have a good one. I wanted to do a video. I just seen something on Facebook, and if you guys want to wonder the certain dangers out here in the Philippines and how impoverished people are in certain segments of the population. Now, I don't know exactly what was going on in this video. I wish I could share with you at the moment, but the police had to fire their automatic weapons in the air. There's a crowd of Filipinos in there, and I don't know if it was a political money giveaway to get their vote. I don't know if it was a food giveaway with some money from the government, but people were out of control, and they were getting rowdy as shit. And I tell you people all the time is stay away from crowds because you don't know what's going to go on. You have no idea how people, coming from a Western culture, you have no idea how far this goes with, poverty and, a great amount of, segments of the population out here. And people will get violent. And these cops had to fire their automatic weapons in the air just to disperse the crowd. Because if anybody's offering you money from the government and food from the government or something, big crowds are going to show up, and these people get really violent. And it shows how desperate people really are to make money and get food. And most of you have all only seen, it's a scratch of the surface of what's actually going on. And it's pretty volatile. So, with a continuation of the topic, and I should have been doing this live, but as of what's going on in the Philippines and some of the dangers you need to be aware of is you've got to avoid crowds. When there's a political event going on or a government giveaway or something like that, stay as far away from that as you possibly can. You could be killed. This is one of the bugaboos about the Philippines that you better you better make note of. When it comes to money, when it comes to food, people kill. People get violent over it. When you got to feed a family and the government says, I'm going to help you, we're going to allocate a few dollars for you, a few pesos, we're going to help you a little bit of food and rice or something. The government wants to do this for the people, and they mean well, but people will get out of control. And I don't know, I'm going to find more about the video and what the event was. And I'm thinking that this is probably exactly what happened, but maybe later on I could share the video to make you understand what I was looking at and just be in total awe. Total awe. It's dangerous out here, man. It's just really dangerous. Your life could be good out here. Just avoid those type of situations. Stay far away. Because people are very reactive to giveaways. But the government is deciding that, we're going to give a couple of pesos to help out, or we're, going to offer a little bit of rice and some other foods, and they're going to show up. They're going to show up. And you got to be really careful with this. It's volatile, let me tell you. When somebody pulled that little prank on me and Gilda, that was a serious thing. Lucky the people were great. They realized it was a prank, but it could have turned ugly. And that was a vicious thing that they tried to do. That was really vicious. Me and Gilda could have gotten hurt from that. But they weren't thinking of anything like that. All the fucking hate out here. In fact, I'm going to do a live later, and I have something to say about all this.
I mean, that's the story of my life. No respect. How do I get no respect?
Oh boy. Glass, not plastic. Yeah, I could definitely cook for myself. Look pretty sumptuous. Corn, healthy Brussels sprouts, roasted chicken, not from the store. No, 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 no. Cold water, glass. There we go. Hey, there's Vinny Boombats. Boombats. What's up, Vinny Boombats? Hey, chicken is a little bit hot. Yeah. Gotta eat a decent meal here. I was waiting for the chicken to kind of cool off a little bit here. Yeah. Hey, Vinny Boombats, what's up? Vinny Boombats. Yeah. Well, the lady's not here today, but doesn't mean I can't cook for myself. I used to cook all my meals when I was in a relationship. Yeah. Hey, Vinny Boombats. That used to be my doctor, Vinny Boombats. Okay. Vinny Boombats. All right. Enough of that. Just lost a Brussels. Hello, patty cake, patty cake. Earlier, Frank, but I don't sleep much anymore. Do you have that problem? Yes, I do. I do have a sleep problem. It's my wife. Take my wife, please. I bet you would. A lot of craziness today, folks. Might have to put my phone down in a minute here to eat, but try to give you some kind of a visual here. Hey, I'm not old. State of mind, state of mind. Now, Popeye's old. I'm not old. And everybody introduce each other. That's what I like to see. A little reluctant about the skin, but I'm going to let that go this time. Damn. Well, she's not home, so I got to cook for myself. Then I got to get special for the dogs. Dogs don't just eat a kibble. Oh, no. They got to have this kind of a wet packet of, it's kind of a gravy with meat in it that I have to pour over their meal. But I ran out, so I might have to mix them some eggs mixed up with their kibble because they are so picky. They are so picky. Oh, my. Don't have your face on. I don't understand why you women have to put makeup on. Do what Pamela Anderson did. She's not in the Baywatch movie anymore. She got old, but she's not packing all that makeup on her face. She's going all natural. Which they should do. Yes, you want a safe place here, absolutely. This is a safe zone on my channel. I think things have been calming down in some ways. people are actually getting tired of all the bullshit on here. Speaking of bullshit, it's election day here in the Philippines, and all kinds of shit going on. It's just crazy, man. I'm no Pamela. I still look good in a bathing suit, but I'm not 21 anymore either. You don't see me much in a bathing suit. Well, walking around shorts, but never have my shirt off. I'm too light-skinned to do that. It'd be nice to have a nice tan, but unfortunately, I can't take that chance. Yeah. It's nice if you had a lot of muscle and you had a nice tan, but even if I had a lot of muscle, you still don't look good if your skin is so damn white. I mean, just white as milk, practically. Hold on. Can't do this all the time. With two hands. Okay. I don't know. I saw a Facebook feed of some sort, and these people were like really getting wild, man. But I think it's possibly related, one or two things, to the the campaign situation here in the Philippines. It's brutal. It's brutal. It's brutal. Sometimes people are fighting to get money from the politicians. They carry it around in envelopes. Vote for me. You get, a couple hundred pesos, 500, 1,000, whatever it might be. Let me tell you, it's kind of like the days when I never went anywhere outside the United States. I'd watch National Geographic and I'd watch the world news. And I see these foreign countries where everything is going awry, and just people fighting and killing each other and blood. Oh shit, turn on the news here. And man, you won't be disappointed. Not at all. There's a lot of shit going down with the elections. It's pretty bad. People get really, really riled up with these elections. They want their party to win. And maybe they're campaign managers for them too. So they're going to go out of their way, but sometimes it causes a problem. They get killed in the process. There's people called watchers that watch the elections, they get killed. Now, I'm not sure what was happening on that video I saw today, but it was violent. They were either giving out money, either for a campaign, or it was a governmental freebie. There might have been some food being distributed, maybe a couple of pesos in cash. I'm not really sure. But the police, and this is in Philippines somewhere, but the police had their automatic weapons on, man. And they had to disperse this crowd. They were going crazy, man. Like a bunch of hungry natives. They were shooting their guns up in the air to disperse the crowd. Does anybody know about this? About how much rentals on the beach? Oh. Yeah, not the US TV, but let me tell you. I want you to picture a shitload of hungry people. They can't be that hungry here, but this is what it looked like, okay? So follow me. Picture a bunch of hungry people. And there's going to be a free handout of money or food or something, right? And they come crashing in. Gets out of hand. They all want their share. They all want their portion. And because of that, like cattle, here we go, cattle, they're stepping all over each other. And they're starting to get violent. And the police are trying to keep them at bay. And they keep on coming. Sometimes they get a little rowdy with the police. All they know is they want their share of whatever it is. Surely, in the Philippines, you're not that hungry. But free is free. What do you think happened here, if you're not familiar, Patty? Let me tell you what happened here. Oh, I don't know how many months ago it was. It was a while back. Somebody called up and said that we were giving away free rice and money. Well, I'm not kidding you. And we have an idea who it was. And people started to show up. Now, lucky it didn't get violent. This had to be looked into by the police and by the barangay, and even the Sun Star or somebody came by to do a slight interview. I'm not kidding. That's what happened. Because the people were cool. They explained it was a prank. But it was really unfair to these people. Although they're trying to do this to me, they were hurting people that in good faith were coming over because somebody was announcing on the local boards that we were giving out free rice and money. Yeah. Serious shit. Oh no, I didn't know for that. Oh, I've helped people before on it, but no, we never did that. Oh no. We know that would be a disaster. But a troll did that. Probably Brevis. Troublemaker. And it's really unfair for these people because they came from other islands that were kind of outside of Bantayan, you know. And they're thinking, you know, hey, free is good, right? Can't blame them. But that word free in the Philippines is a strong word. People will show up from distances for something that is free. That's a fact. No, I believe it's probably Brevis who did this. More likely Brevis. Or Popeye. It was either Brevis or Popeye. Nevertheless, it was something they did. But people realized that this was a prank caused by social media trolls. So it was all good. But it could have turned out differently. But that's the point I'm making. What they did was cruel. I don't mean really to us, but it was cruel to the Filipinos. Because they came over expecting free rice and a little bit of cash. And if they did get mad, which they didn't, I would understand. Because a lot of them came from, you know, somewhat of a distance. Yeah, it really happened. Okay, I got to bring this plate. I'm kind of finished here. I got to bring this plate back in the kitchen. So you're gonna have to, grease your hands now. Gonna have to hold on here a minute. I get the bones to the cats outside. Dogs are waiting to eat, but I'm gonna make them hold out just a little bit longer. Nothing for you. I'll make your meal in a minute. Oy vey. So yeah, that was an awfully cruel act to do, but kind of stay within the parameters of what I was talking about, and that's why I'm talking about this. Is because you watch this. I'm good. These cats are. I guarantee you, they already know I'm eating chicken. I guarantee if I open this door, see, I told you. They already know. There you go. Enjoy. Enjoy. I don't normally want to feed the stray cats, but well, because of the fact that once you start feeding these cats, they're going to constantly come by. And I realize that. But it's something that I do. Well, I like animals, but I realize that, I want them to basically hunt on their own. I would prefer it that way if they did. I gotta do something with these eggs here. Sorry, I was distracted, but oh well. Give me a minute here. So I have to put some eggs or something in their kibble because they're so spoiled. That's why. Yeah. So I'll be right with you. Oi. Okay. It's gonna have to cool off anyway, so believe it or not, I'm actually microwaving a couple of eggs with a cover on top so it doesn't splatter. Then I have to wait for it to dry and then I'll mix it off with the dog food, I told you they're picky. You give them some dry food, kibble. And unfortunately, they're going to be really picky about it. Now, who was saying that Ricky got a nosebleed the other day? I don't know. Big Kevin is doing quite a bit of shows lately, and somebody on his panel or something mentioned something that Ricky was getting a nosebleed. I tell you, if that's true, then I actually know what I'm talking about. You gotta wait, girls. Ricky's got high blood pressure. And yeah, you can get a bloody nose. You actually can. You certainly can. If your blood pressure goes too high. Don't listen to me, because I don't know anything. I'm just a YouTuber who may have a little knowledge about a few things that some people don't understand or know, and I try to help best as I can, man. We even had, what's his name on Cabin's show? Oh, what's his face? Not Baggy Life, but, what's his other face? I always get them confused. Havoc Master. In his own way, he wasn't really defending me, he don't like me, but he said he just don't like to come on because everything is Frank. But Kevin is acting like, he has no responsibility to that, because that's all Kevin does, shows about me. That's what he does. And Kevin's like in the background, like not really saying nothing to that. Then he goes right into me. And Havoc, he's heard enough about this shit. And Havoc says, I don't understand. Everybody talks about this guy and, what are you getting out of it, basically. I agree. Havoc don't want to come on a live stream and everything they talk about is Frank. It's been getting old, actually, with a lot of people. I may not admit it, but it's getting pretty old. These people have absolutely no control over me. They don't like that. They want to control me what I say, what I do, anything. But they don't have control on me. Yeah. I'm sure Kevin would do a lot of things. Oh, super. Heidel said that? Oh. There's a lot of good cooking videos on YouTube. Hugo says Kevin said he would KO you. On a good day? I don't know. Would it be a hot day? What would be the temperature? He wouldn't last 5 minutes. Not with me. I bet you I got more heat tolerance than he does. But like I said, call me the prophet. Call me what you want. But this guy has been pretty right about a lot of shit that's gone down. You gotta wait, girls. You're not that hungry. You wanna come inside? You wanna come inside? Boy, the difference between my hallway and this living room. Jesus Christ, I got a aircon going, I got a fan blowing. I don't need both. Just gonna turn off the fan. It gets awfully cool in here. It's not really good to go from an extremely hot place into a boom, cold place. At least that's what they say. Oh, they all have a big mouth. Kevin is in no physical shape to get in a fight with anybody. I'm not really either. It doesn't mean I'm going to stand there, like I said. I mean, I'll do my best. I could inflict some damage if I had to, if my life depended on it, or if I didn't want to see my own blood or get hurt or something. Oh, believe me, you just don't know me personally. That's the only thing I can tell you with total honesty. People talk about the age of an old man, you're going to die soon. Who said that? Who's reading some crystal ball that says I'm going to die soon? I don't know anything about that. Got another birthday coming up this month. In fact, today, my folks, is my daddy's birthday. It's May 11th, actually, for him. But, you know, I don't know, would he be 104 if he was alive today? Well, howdy, Chef. Yeah. There you go. Isto, somebody said that you are actually, who did they say you were? You're Heminger or somebody that's going under a different name. What's the story with you, dude? You're on my show all the time, but there's some been words going out about you, dude. I'm just telling you. But anyway, we got an extraordinary hot day. Yes, I left the house today. I had to go downtown and get some supplies. The one thing I forgot is only one place that sells these little gravy packets for the dog, and I completely forgot that. Completely forgot. So tonight and this morning I'm going to make up with some eggs or something for the dogs. They will not eat just dry kibble. But anyway, it's not the big story here. And there's been a lot of shows where people were talking about how volatile the Philippines is. And I can remember the days when I had never been to the Philippines. I never went anywhere out of the country other than Canada. And you used to see all these world news stories, CNN, whatever. Fuck Fox, CNN. And the ABC, whatever it was, I had other channels, you know. And there's always this crap going on everywhere. Philippines, there's always something going on, earthquakes, and all kinds of shit going on. All these third world countries, you're hearing all this violence going on, political elections, the unrest, and here I am, 2025. I've been living in one of these third world countries now for over 9 years. Who would have thought? I wouldn't have, not at the time. But the longer I'm here, I'm seeing lots of things going on. And the one thing, all right, here's the thing. Filipinos are great people. If you get to know them, they're really good people. And a lot of them give you the shirt off their back. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to a hungry Filipino trying to feed his family, when it comes to an opportunity to get some free money or free food, watch out. Because, and I'm not knocking them, okay? I'm not knocking them. This is reality. Go look at the news. There was something on there today that went on, either part of the election or something. People were just going crazy. They know there's free food or free money. They're going to be there, and they'll travel to be there. And you don't want to be in the middle of this shit. You don't want to be close to this. Yeah, I have an idea who you are, Mr. Eister. Well, somebody said that you are Mike Ross. Actually, now that my memory comes back from my coma, because Mike Ross is blocked on my show. So they were saying that they think you are Mike Ross. I'm just telling you what people have said. People who love people are the luckiest people in the world. Do you love me, Mr. Eisto? Am I loved? Am I truly loved? I'll tell you, I get no respect at all. Not on YouTube, I don't anyway. In my real life, I do, but I don't get it on YouTube. But the unrest with people here in the Philippines, well, they can get out of control. And whether they're people that are voting for a certain politician, they're against another one. Hey, don't forget, I don't like to talk about this a lot. My girlfriend's dad died when she was 11 years old on some difference of some kind of political views. He died at an early age. I don't know how many gunshots he got, but he died on the way to the hospital. And my girlfriend, for 3 days, laid down next to his coffin. It was pretty sad of that. Imagine going through that. And she was very close to her dad, but that actually did happen. Don Rickles, hockey puck, yeah. Yeah, and this goes on all the time in the Philippines. I always said to you that they're kind of desensitized to blood and gore out here. And it wasn't like that for me in the United States. I mean, people, they reacted to blood and gore terribly. Although the natural curiosity would turn their heads. An accident in the road, highway, turned out to be bloody, gory, and they don't want to see it, but the natural instinct is to, out of curiosity, is to turn their head. Then they're going to regret, I could give you an idea. I was on a train once in subway, but I don't want to get into that. I just ate. But different if it's on a dead body. I mean, on a human, it's not separated. But yeah, I've, studied anatomy, and I've actually had a human brain, spinal cord. What else? I forgot what else. It's been quite a while. I've had a few different human organs in my hand, or certainly in front of me. That didn't bother me too much. I store 44 million in 7 pieces of luggage. They found 44 million and 7 pieces of luggage in Mactan Airport? Is that what you're saying? I don't know where they got that through, if that's what you're saying. You can't even carry 10,000 to come into this country. $44? $44 million or 44 million pesos? And contained in 7 pieces of luggage. Wow. I'll have to look that up. Now you got my curiosity. Yep, pesos in the possession of 7 foreigners and 2. You think that was drug money or something? Or I don't know how people think they could get away with this in immigration checkpoints. I mean, they've come a long way. There was years ago, you could probably sneak a gun in your luggage or something before they have metal detectors and different shit. And people have tried everything they could to carry drugs on their body, or they have drug sniffing dogs. And I don't know how they take a chance like that, because they check you out and you got to go through that X-ray gateway, and I don't know. I don't know what gets into the head to think they could actually do that. Boarding a private airplane, Sunstar News. Wow, they're in some big ass trouble. Well, let me get back to where I was, although I'm all over the place. But man, if poverty is poverty. And in the Philippines, you got different segments of society out here that are very, very poor. They always seem to eat, but not great all the time. But they seem to eat a very simple meal, but rice and vegetables and fish when they can, a little pork now and then. But understand something. When you have a responsibility to your family, sometimes you're going to do whatever it takes to feed yourself and your family. Times are hard. And it's quite possible, you can get awfully violent. It's quite possible. If you're living in this country and you'd be maybe labeled as being impoverished. And they will do things that you would never expect anybody to do. And these could be your neighbors. They could be anybody, Filipinos. When you're hungry, you're hungry. When you're in need for money, you're in need for money. And maybe, you've been rather spoiled all your life, and you really don't understand what poverty really is until you actually experience it. But you don't want to be at some kind of a gathering when there's going to be money given out or food being given out. And I'm just doing something while I'm talking to you, so you just kind of deal with me. This egg is just too hot for them. It's going to have to cool off like crazy. They're just going to have to wait. Jeez, I'd say it's hot. Burn their throats. Even though I'm going to mix it in with their kibble. Oy vey. Holy. It's just going to have to wait. You'll just eat, 15 minutes late. They won't starve. That they won't. My dogs don't starve. You got to wait, girls, okay? You got to wait, okay? That's all I can tell you. You got to wait. For your own good. Desperate people do desperate things. And I'm going to tell you, man, I see this stuff on the news, and I saw something today. And as I said, I didn't really investigate it, but there was this, I don't know, the place was covered, looked like a courtyard, something. And there were police in there keeping this crowd back. Something was going down. And there's police in Philippines. They were firing their automatic weapons in the air, trying to disperse the crowd. And some people are getting a little rowdy and violent. And let me tell you something. You may think that you know somebody out here. And they could be the most peaceful, no violence type of person, peaceful person you could ever meet. But when an event comes up and somebody's giving out free money, a governmental thing, or food, or whatever it might be, you won't know that person. Nobody wants to wait in the back of the line. They want to get their share of the pie. I'll tell you what, they made some good apple pie out here. I might be one of these rowdy people. I don't know. Can't get a good piece of pie out here. But just kidding. They don't want to wait. They're afraid that the food or money, whatever it is going to run out. And that'll make them really antsy and anxious. And they're going to get violent. Yeah, Filipino people are great people. They actually are. And they will give you the shirt off their back, but I'm going to tell you, man, don't go anywhere around an event like that. Don't go to a political event, definitely not, and you shouldn't be there anyway. But don't go to an event where there's, money or food being given out. You'll get stamped on. They're not going to care. They're not going to come to your aid. And most people are too busy out here filming accidents and stuff instead of helping people. Yeah, there are bugaboos about the Philippines. And I'm not afraid to talk about it because they know what I'm saying is true. I know what I'm saying is true. My listeners know what I'm saying is true, unless they haven't been out here. and they haven't really experienced that kind of behavior. People can get really carried away out here. Of course, it's not just here, it's other countries. Low-income people all over the world. It's not just the Philippines, but I'm just talking right now about the Philippines. Shit. We're lucky we didn't get hurt. I was telling you that story how either Brevis or Popeye, one of them, they advertise in a local community page of Facebook where I live that we were giving out free rice and money. And people were coming from all over. There wasn't a big crowd or nothing. It was kind of a broken up. Some people come by, a handful of people come by, another handful of people come by. But they were showing up even from the outer islands of Bantayan, and they were coming here. Well, hell, they're giving out free rice bags and money. Yeah, that really happened. And this pieces of shit did that. It was either Brevis or Popeye. And, people could have got hurt from that. I'm making a point here. They could have gotten hurt. We could have got hurt. I don't care if you don't fucking like me, but you don't do something like that. Gilda's an innocent party. Her family here. When you get a crowd that's expecting, they even put the picture of the house up. You put a crowd out there that's expecting free money and food, they can get dangerous. Yeah, Ricegate, they named it too. Oh, that was really wrong. I mean, that's one of the wrongest things that was done on here. Among anything that was done, even Barry's girlfriend's complaint, that was bad. But I put this in the same category as bad. That was wrong. Because these people, they came a long way. Desperate people figure they can get some free rice. They're low on money. They'll send their relatives out. They won't just come. They're going to have the rest of their family come too, so they make sure they have extra rice or extra money. That was as wrong as anybody could possibly do to somebody here on YouTube. There is no excuse about that. They don't care about the Philippine culture. They don't care about the Filipino people. They were just doing something to kind of put a little spoof on me, but that could have turned out really, really dangerous. But they don't care. So if I got hurt in the process, they'd be happy. But I'll tell you what, if I definitively find out who was behind that, and one day maybe I will, I'll react to it. Maybe even physically. Because that was wrong. We could have got hurt. Or the Filipinos could have got hurt. Fighting with each other or whatever. And these poor people had to waste their gas and come all the way expecting rice and money. Yeah, that was not right. Yeah, I handled it very well. Shit, we had to talk to police. We had to talk to the barangay captain. It came an incident because they investigate that. To see that on Facebook, and you normally just can't do that. You got a license or something, or a charitable license, and they know how that could turn crazy. And that's why they came by. They wanted to know what was going on, and we told them the story. So they understood. Even somebody from the Freeman, actually, not Sunstar, but the Freeman, a representative came over too. We got the story right, and they put it out, and everything was cool. But what they did was not cool at all. Yeah, we did handle it very well, as we usually do. That could have been very dangerous. There was no excuse. I don't care how much you don't fucking like me. I don't give a rat's ass. I really don't. But something like that was very unnecessary. Oh, believe me, that's not the first time. When I was in Hawaii, somebody was mailing, I'm not kidding you, was mailing these little pamphlets to all my neighbors with a video card. And where they got the money, I don't know. Say that was a predator, that was a danger to the community. This isn't my first rodeo. Do you realize the shit that I've been through since I've been on YouTube? Which is going to bring me to another topic pretty soon. Do you realize the shit I've been since I've been on here? And how many times I ask myself if it's just fucking worth it? Sure, I enjoy doing YouTube. I'm sure you enjoy hearing me. That's why you come up, troll or not. But, sometimes it comes to a point where you just have to say enough is enough and stop talking about it. We got some seriously ill people out there. And you know who they are. They could be people that might have a couple of bucks. There could be people that have a popular show. A lot of them have very obvious mental disabilities. I don't have to give out any names, but you know who they are. Pretty obvious who they are. And I've had so much shit pulled on me that I couldn't sit here and I couldn't name everything that was pulled on me. I couldn't even tell you. There was so much shit that was pulled on me and Gilda. And some of that shit could have been dangerous. It certainly was going to be dangerous on me. Trying to tell my neighbors in Hawaii that I'm some kind of a bad dude. A child predator in the neighborhood. Do you realize when you tell somebody that, what that can do? Do you realize that? Somebody could get hurt or die. That was their whole idea. They didn't care. This is how fucked up these people are. This is how fucked up these people are. You don't do that kind of shit. As I said, I don't care what you think about me. Or this could apply to anybody else. You just don't do that kind of shit. Hold on, guys. Okay, now that was like really extreme. And I'll tell you what, if I find out exactly who did that, it's just a matter of time. I'm going to deal with it. Like I dealt with Barry, only it's going to be a little bit different. Maybe a lot different. Because my family could have been hurt. Imagine people hating you that much and they don't have a reason why they hate you. Except they like to make things up about you and convince other people like you're a bad dude and all this shit. Because they don't happen to like you. Then they get everybody in a piranha mode to attack you. But, it's like, what did my family do? You're hurting me, you'd be hurting my family. That's just the way it goes. And why do you get them involved? Because you will be. Because if something happened to me, my family would hurt out of here. In a numerous amount of ways. Yeah, more likely. But that, there's a number of events from when I was in Hawaii, the whole bit. Fazio was calling police, making reports on me. Fuck Fazio. And I'll sound as cold as I can. I'm glad the motherfucker's dead. Because you only have not much but a clue. Fazio was behind a lot of that. That's how much time he has on hand and how lonely this guy was and how he wanted to get attention and get all the accolades and accolades and whatever the fuck, for being the one responsible for this and responsible for that. I cheered when Ricky slapped the shit out of him. Although it was wrong, and I still say that from behind, and Fazio was in no shape, but I cheered. It made my day. It actually made my whole year. For Ricky to do something that I've been wanting to do to Fazio the whole fucking time. But Ricky did it for me. We got a moon out there. Oh, was he, man? He was a huge troll. But but some of these people, you think, what their age? They're grown-ass people. Some of them have money, some of them don't. Some got businesses going, some still working. You'd think there would be some kind of respectable person. But to go after a dude, just because he has a YouTube show on, and maybe they don't agree with my topic matter, whatever, that's okay. Like I said, you can always tune out anytime you want. There's nobody stopping you from doing that. But to pull the pranks that they did, Man, I am telling you, man, you don't know half the story. You just really don't. All the shit that was pulled on me. And yeah, I do ask myself the question all the time. Why the hell do you still bother to come on YouTube? I could sort of partially answer that. I don't usually allow people to get the best of me. I can't put it in a better way. And maybe it's my stubbornness. I don't know. But I always wind up winning no matter what. Everything they tried with me, I got through it. Some people say you fuck with Frank, you're fucking with the wrong guy. Don't matter how old he is. There's a lot of truth to that, actually. Don't matter how old I am. And I'm not talking about necessarily anything physical. But, you know, I have my ways and means of taking care of business, and I usually do. I think I proved that very well. Good thing I just plugged this thing in. Yeah, he was notorious, Fazio. No tears were shed over Fazio's death, I'll tell you that. None. He will never bother me again. He thought he could win against me when he tried to take me to the NBI hearing, and he couldn't produce evidence. So they quashed it. He never won. Cost me some money, though, but he crawled away, just kind of like he did with Ricky, pretty much. He thought he was going to make all kinds of money from Ricky, but he didn't. Let's see. iStore says, true. Foz did 20 pages on all the money Bummer owes people. He had that time. I mean, what do you think he did in that little shack? Why do you think he had to paint everything yellow? It gave him something to do. And he'd do these projects that weren't amounting to anything. He just wanted to be seen. But I'm a real man, always trying to prove he's a real man. So a real man has to operate a tool to be a real man. That's what his mind was, his mindset. He didn't have a clue what the fuck he was doing half the time. He got electrocuted one time, too. He's working out there in the rain. He had a skill saw or something like that. And he got a shock. Another time he falls off a ladder onto the teeth of his front loader. And he showed his ass, too. I've never seen anything that purple and bruised in my life. He's done a lot of stupid shit. Then he had sheet plywood slide off a shelf right into his leg. And I don't know if that's what caused his infection or just added to it. I don't know. He did some of the stupidest things. But people enjoyed what he did. It was like, you know, a train wreck. And people love a train wreck. Every time he fucked up, bang a pot, make a lot, make a fool out of himself, you know, go scuba diving with an Obama doll. I mean, the guy was out of his fucking gourd, man. Fazio went to court with 29 peso receipts. Judge to yeah, he would do that, yeah. Oh, yeah, his T-shirts he has made on you. I know, the guy was insane. That was true insanity. Nobody would question that. Same as Barry. Barry was not normal, man, in any sense of the word. Barry just didn't know the difference between right and wrong. And he put himself in that position. I hear a lot of different shit on there. Oh, Frank did this to Barry. No. Again, Barry did this to himself. I want to make that abundantly clear. Barry did all of this to himself. Because if he stopped when he got the charges filed on him, things could have been different. But he kept on doing show after show, calling me a pedophile and everything else. He didn't stop. He was like unstoppable with his mouth. And all his life he's gotten in trouble because of his mouth. And I wouldn't be surprised in Bikiton if he's getting into some kind of trouble with his mouth. You can't change a person like Barry. That's just not going to happen. Bang a pot, make a lot, yeah. Oh, he was good for a few laughs of mine. I mean, I got a few laughs from him, so did everybody else. But I wasn't laughing with him, I was laughing at him. That's the general story of most people who watch this show. But he's gone. Let's see, he was a genius in some ways. He nailed the bummer in a 3-hour live. Look, when you got that much time on your hand, and he was a note taker, a big note taker. Let me check my notes, he would say. He really did take notes. He copied everything. Hey, I copy stuff, but I'm not going to sit there and take notes. I'm not ever that bored. But Warren was like that too. That's why they got along. Until things happened and they were at each other's throats. Until Warren woke up and seen that Fazio was trying to clean him out of money. But we won't go there. But yeah, we got quite a few characters on YouTube, but their shit does stink, I guarantee you that. But there are people with different levels of mental illness. You got Big Kevin, of course, who is clearly mentally ill. I mean, you have to, be deaf, dumb, and blind to not detect that he's a little bit touched in the head from that blow. It's as obvious to me as anything could be obvious. His demeanor, his speech, pattern of speech, how he talks, what he talks about, buying these little toys like a little kid. It's unfortunate. You could look at it as being sad if you want, but I don't feel sorry for Kevin at all, too. It's not like I don't have a heart. Please, don't even go there. I got a big heart. Not because it's enlarged either, like his, but, when you're doing something wrong, you're doing something wrong. I mean, for God's sakes, even Havoc, who's not exactly a fan of mine, was on Kevin's last show today. And even Havoc said, it's just getting too much when all anybody wants to talk about Frank, and then Kevin would say, oh, I know what you mean. But you know what I mean, but that's all you do, Kevin, is talk about me. But it's all about money, because Kevin figures if he could get people to the show and talk about Frank, who's a controversial topic, that he's going to get more views and subs and whatever and all that. He's going to make a couple of donations. Kevin might be a fucktard, but when it comes to money, he knows how to manipulate people very well. He's done it to Big E. He never went to see his children. He never really went to straighten out his immigration issue with the Philippines. I think it was Don C. that took him by his fucking hand and took him over to the immigration office. I think it was Don C. that took him over to the immigration office. He still didn't get everything done. Big E had tried to help him with stuff too, with immigration, maybe help with a little bit of money or something, or get him started or something. Some of these people, trolls as they are, they still tried to help Big Kevin. But Big Kevin hasn't even seen his kids. And somebody asked him directly off the other day, how come you never go see your kids? And his dumb fucktard answer was, who says I wasn't going to? Well, how many years has it been? He never went to see his kids. They're in Australia. They're not in bumfuck Egypt somewhere. They're in Australia. Afraid of running into Jay or something? Well, what is it? It's kids. He supposedly gets along with his kids, unlike me with my daughter, but it's a different story, a different scenario. Says he loves his kids. He says he sends them money. He don't send them money. He don't send them shit. I don't think they want anything to do with him. Talk is cheap. Fazio wanted to charge Warren for not taking his calls. Yeah, $1,500. I remember that. See, Fazio used to get really disturbed because let me tell you what Fazio did. Fazio was so lonely that the only way that he could get by in living in the Philippines, since he did not have a girlfriend, and Daisy was never his girlfriend, by the way. It's another story, but he needed to talk to another human. There's a syndrome that kind of goes around with all of us on here, because if you're living in the Philippines, you're far from home. Having a YouTube channel or format, you can speak to other English-speaking people. You can speak to people to understand kind of where you come from, where you're at, what you've been through in your life or whatever, because they've all experienced those same things in the culture, whether it's foods, everything you think of, work, food, way of thinking, slang, somebody you can relate with. I think we all have that in us, even including me. But with Michael Fazio's situation, that guy was so lonely that he had no choice but to spend a good part of his day. Sometimes he'd have 8-hour shows to have another human. He needed to talk to somebody on the phone. You know, there was Scott Del Fuego and other people, Jack Thompson, I guess, who died. He needed to talk to another human on Skype or something. He was that lonely. And he used to drink to get himself to go to sleep. And his choice was rum. That's how lonely this guy was. Big Cabin's kids probably realized what a loser Big Cabin really is. I'm pretty sure they probably did. I think it goes without saying. But Fazio was so lonely, and that's why he had the time to copy everything. That's why he had the time to make notes, his famous notebook. And he lived in a tiny little fucking little shack thing, you know, a little trailer container. Fucking had termites tearing the place apart. The floor was caving in. He had to fix that. The walls on one side was caving in. He had a toilet in there, which is right next to his little counter where he prepared food. I mean, all the gonococcal and all the kind of bacteria that was probably around there. He shit on camera. I've seen him shit on camera. You can see him in the background. It was dark, but he's on the toilet. And he's grabbing for some toilet paper. Besides his famous being on camera naked, and that's where the little mushroom thing came out, because everybody started making fun of him. That's where the mushroom song came in, and that's where he came in on that. Because he didn't know that the camera was pointing that way, or he didn't know his camera was still on. And he had a lot of embarrassing things. He was wearing like a Scottish-looking kilt type of thing. Actually, it was a pair of shorts that the inseam was cut out. So it was kind of like a skirt. And he leaned over to do something, and he exposed his whole entire crotch. He fucked up in so many ways, man. There was another scene on there where he was kneeling down, and you could see his genitals. I think, hopefully he's at peace, if there is such a thing after death. The Dick of Doom. The Dick of Doom. Obama dolls. Oh, my God. You see him in his days when he had a beard? You know what was really strange? Back in the days when he was living in Florida or so, he was talking like with a heavy Italian accent. I don't know what that came from. But he never talked with a heavy Italian accent in the Philippines. Everything was for show or something. This is what you're going to do. You're going to cook like this. It's going, What a character, man. What a character. If you saw the living conditions in Florida, I've seen pictures. The toilet was disgusting and rusted out and dirty. The tub, you wouldn't want to even bathe in it. Paint was peeling off the wall. He was a hoarder. Outside the property and inside the property. He was a hoarder. See, he's the only one on YouTube that could do this or that. Yeah, I know. He could do everything, everybody can't do what he does. He's not a real man unless you can operate a tool. And that's what he finds as a real man. He couldn't even operate the tools that well. Steals a fucking jet ski from somebody. He was a dumpster diver, too, if they had dumpsters out here. He'd be diving in those dumpsters like this no tomorrow for food, for tools, for anything he could use. He was a hoarder. You saw the shit that he had when Daisy came over there to go through all his belongings to find trash or treasures. And who shows up? Come on, come on. Who shows up when Daisy was there going through stuff? I'm not going to say who. Who shows up? Who showed up? Not all at once. Who showed up? Brevis showed up. Brevis showed up. Yep, there you go. Brevis showed up. Because Brevis has to put his nose into everything. He wanted to walk out with a Fazio souvenir. He might have walked out with the diary because he was reading Fazio's personal diary, which you don't do. And Daisy was letting him do that. Daisy basically said to him, "Is there something that you want here? Whatever, take it." And I don't know who wound up. I think he wound up with that diary. I think he wound up walking out with his diary, believe it or not. Yes, I have listened to Farming in the Philippines. Another loser. So I'm sure Brevis walked away with that. But if you remember, when the cameras were inside with Brevis, because Brevis was videotaping this, and he had the storage containers and all the shit that was in there, tools everywhere, furniture that was rotten that he actually sent all the way from fucking Florida to the Philippines. What a waste of money that was. But then I heard that a good friend of his had actually maybe paid for that. He was a hoarder. He never could use that furniture. He didn't have a place to put it in. There was never going to be a hotel built. But he figured if he could find a sucker and give his best shot at it, because he was a conniving con artist, his best shot, well, if you build a place, as long as I have a apartment of my own, I'll do this for you, do that for you. And I mean, he was clever in his own way. Almost got Warren to jump in on this at one point. Yeah. Oh, sure, she was looking for his stash, of course. He probably had one. Oh, she probably walked out of there with a bundle. It's something that people don't talk about. Okay, Mr. Coincide, whatever. Oh, she got something out of there. He had some gold somewhere, rings and some stuff, his mom's and somewhat. Oh no. Daisy walked out of there with something. Don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself. She walked out of there with something. I'm sure she did. And why not? She had to put up with all his shit for all that time. And she did. He made Daisy a freaking slave. She was a slave. What is this on the... What the hell is this on the table here? What is this big stain? That was never part of the table. What is this? Look at this table. This marble table here. I've never seen a stain like this. It's not even a surface. It got in this. I gotta show that to Gilda. I'm thinking, what the fuck is that? What the hell did they spill on there that would embed itself into this? I think this is more of a plastic. It's not a marble. Yeah. Wow. I thought all the time it was a shadow from this with the light. I always thought, at an angle, but it's not. I'm thinking, what the fuck? Seriously. How did he just destroy my furniture here, man? Oh, well. Kids be kids. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that was, man. I don't know what that was. But I'm sure going to bring it up to Gilda. I honestly thought that was a shadow from this plant here. That's what I thought. That one I questioned, but that one, I just thought it was a shadow coming this way from the lighting. Now that I'm looking at it, I'll have to show that to send her a picture of this or something. No, it wasn't hair color. Well, I mean, Gilda's had her hair colored here from some guy that comes over, but no, she wouldn't be near the table like that. No. And the only thing, no, it can't be that. Her daughter would do her work on computer when she comes over, her older daughter. But no, there's no heat from the computer, nothing like that. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to bring that up to somebody. Fuck, man. And I'm just really noticing that. I seen it. I just thought it was a shadow. Me and my shadow. Yeah, I do. Not as much, but I do. I'm just a potato person. I said the best potatoes I could ever eat is two kinds: mashed and oven roasted. When you make your whole chicken in the oven and you put your potatoes around that, I could eat the whole damn thing. Yeah, I love potatoes. I'm not that fond of French fries, really, but oven roasted potatoes, and even something I haven't had for years is baked potatoes, just regular baked potatoes. Split them open, put some sour cream in it, chives, whatever. You know, I haven't made that for ages. Mashed potatoes, man, don't put a bowl in front of me. Carb City all the way. That's my big carb push. I don't want too many carbs. But you put buttered mashed potatoes in front of me, forget it. It's over. In fact, when we put the roasted potatoes on the table and the kids are eating, I say, hey, you got your rice, pal. You got your carbs. This is mine. Yeah. They try to steal a few potatoes. But my girlfriend always knows. She always throws more potatoes on my plate because she knows I love roasted potatoes. God bless her. God bless her. She knows I love roasted potatoes. Chicken wings baked in the oven and oven roasted potato. Yeah, we put a whole chicken. Oh, we'll have chicken quarters. Or we've done chicken wings. We've done all that stuff. You just don't get much meat off chicken wings. I don't like them. A lot of people like them. I hate to eat the wings of an animal. I'll eat the wings of a bat. Why don't you do that too, But no. I like the legs, the kind of meat in the legs, more than I like the white meat in the breast. But yeah, I eat the white meat, but yeah. Uh, my, I use the microwave for my mashed potatoes and for baked potatoes. It works real good. Well, this microwave is capable of doing some other shit that we never use. We never use some of the capabilities it has. We never actually use it for that. And we do got an air fryer. It's not the best one in the world, but it works. And that's how I actually cooked my chicken. I air fried it. And you'd be surprised how much oil and grease comes off that chicken too. It does, it does have its own amount of fat in there. It does. You'll see it dripping off the chicken into the tray. Here's a little secret, which you can do if you're really worried about fat and cholesterol. It's not a solve-all problem. It really isn't. But if you like sausages, things like that, if you like, hot dogs, sausages, things like that have a lot of fat and cholesterol in it, what you can do is you could boil it, or even microwave, but you could boil it, and you'll see. And if you give it a little poke with a fork or knife to allow the stuff to kind of come from the inside through the skin, you'll see a hell of a lot of fat come out of that. It's not a solve-all, but you could reduce maybe down to 40%. And sometimes I'll do that now and actually get rid of some of that cholesterol and fat. As I said, it's not a solve-all problem with that. You're going to get, there's still a lot in there, but you will get rid of a lot of that fat. Do you roast your potato? I've put French fries in there, but the only French fry type potatoes I like are the potato wedges. They're like big chunks. And you can do marvelous things with that. But the wonderful thing about potatoes, and you can do that with rice too, and a lot of wonderful things, but rice ain't my choice of carbs, but necessarily. But man, you could flavor your potatoes with onions, or you could flavor it with garlic, and you put olive oil in there, black pepper, tiny, tiny dashes, bit of salt. We also make the potatoes. She likes to make the chicken with the rosemary, and that's wonderful. She get the rosemary on the roasted potatoes. I must be making you guys hungry if you haven't eaten. Marble potatoes. But anyway, my subject was earlier is how it really could be volatile out here. Sometimes I wondered that if I wasn't here for my girlfriend, would I still be here at all? And that's a good question I keep on asking myself. I'm not sure about that. I can't even answer that. I'm not sure about it. She's really the reason why I'm here. And without her, I just don't know if I'd have a reason to stay here, especially since I'm getting older. It's a dangerous place to be. It's not all everybody thinks it is. I mean, I'm pro-Philippines, but I'm also realistic about some of the dangers of being out here and being a white person, being a foreigner, where they think you're, Mr. Moneybags, and whether you are or not. We've been ripped off twice when I first moved here. When they came in the house, we were sleeping. I was renting a place for only a week and a half, this one place, the very first place. They came in, it was an inside job, though, I won't go into that. And another place we stayed for 5 years, that we rented. And some kids came in through the jealousy windows. Black Angus, Nebraska sirloin. Sirloin is a good steak. You know what? I might actually enjoy. I got some sirloin left here. They're small. I don't buy big pieces of meat because I only want to proportion my meats. I want the taste of meat. I want to eat it. But I'm not going to eat a big 8-ounce, 16-ounce fucking piece of meat. That's ridiculous. That's really killing yourself. That's overkill, even for the animal. And I've got some sirloin. And I enjoy sirloin. I might even like it better than the ribeye because mostly I buy ribeye. But yeah, buy good Black Angus if you can get it. You buy it. You're going to pay more, but it's worth it. And the one thing I also love, oh man, not good for you at all, and you'll agree with me. Corned beef brisket. Oh my, oh my. Last place in America I lived, of course, was Hawaii. And mostly during the time of St. Patrick's Day, I don't know, maybe it's an Irish thing, corned beef brisket, I don't know, but that's when Safeway and stores like that would stock up on corned beef brisket. It wasn't cheap, but sometimes you find it on sale, you grab it. You grab it. It had the peppercorn on it, which I don't really like peppercorn, but corned beef brisket. It was good hot. It was good cold to make sandwiches out of it. Or you mix that with cabbage. Corned beef brisket. I would have to say that my all-time favorite meat would be in the form of corned beef brisket. Careful, Frank, get another dog. What does that mean? Oh my, how about that Philippines corned beef? Oh, God. What they call corned beef, it's not palatable. Oh my gosh. They eat this shit. They're used to it. I can't touch it, nevertheless smell it. And they, over here, they'll have sardines for breakfast. Any time of the day, they love fish. I'm not a big fish person. The only fish I could eat, and that's just occasionally. I love prawns, big old breaded, deep fried prawns. Oh, love them to death. I love prawns. Cod, I could handle cod, but it has to be properly breaded and cooked right. I love cod or whitefish, I don't eat salmon, red meat, salmon, and people thought I was nuts living in Washington State, and you know, even Hawaii. I didn't eat certain types of fish. Hawaiians were big on fish, very big on fish. But salmon, more like red meat, no. And believe it or not, I know you're going to find this hard to believe, especially living in Hawaii. They had mahi-mahi, they had all kinds of fish out there. I have yet, and believe it or not, I have yet to eat fresh tuna from a tuna fish. All I've ever eaten was tuna in a can. But it'll be albacore chunks in water, spring water, or whatever, or olive oil. I have yet in all my life. No, wait a minute. No. It was actually not too long ago in the house. She did buy some tuna. I had a little piece of it. I guess I did. As I said, I'm not a big fish person. You love the corned beef, man. Corned beef in the morning with eggs and onions. Oh, God. Are you Filipino? No offense, on that kind of food, but these kids could be happy with the sardines and the tomato sauce in the can. No complaints. None. That's the thing, man. I can't survive on that kind of. If I had to, I guess I would. If I was in a forced situation like jail or something, I'd have to eat what they serve unless I could get food from another source. I'd have to eat it. Barry's going through that right now. Soggy rice, I heard. It's got kind of a soggy, wet rice they serve and some kind of vegetable or something. Occasionally on certain days, they have some fish with the rice. That must be their big day. At least a couple of times a week they serve that. They might have some fish they get in. Yeah, it would be a hard situation for anybody in that situation, yeah. But corned beef brisket. Oh, and Libby's. Speaking of corned beef, what I used to buy to have with my eggs in the morning in toast was either Hormel or Libby's corned beef hash. Now, if they sold that out here, trust me, it's not healthy at all. There was so much sodium in there and fat and cholesterol, but as long as you don't have it a lot. And I'd eat the corned beef hash. I used to love eating that. Make with the eggs, have some toast. You can put it on the bread with your eggs. Corned beef hash. Oh, tocino spam, too. You know what actually tastes good? Maybe I could show you if I have a packet with this stuff. My, oh my. In the freezer chest. I got to give my girlfriend a call pretty soon here, so I'm not going to be on too much longer. What is it called? Bulgario or something? It's like a tocino. And I used to eat the chicken tocino. We always have it around for the kids anyway. Chicken tocino. We always had that around for it. And I used to eat that, but I don't know, I kind of grew out of that. I really did. I'm trying to see if I have what I'm talking about here. And a lot of times they'll buy this sweet ham. They eat that. They'll make it for lunch. They'll make it with their eggs in the morning. I don't eat it. Then you got the typical chicken tocino here that you're talking about. I used to eat that, but I really haven't been eating that anymore. Okay, this is the stuff made by Virginia. It's called beef bulgogi. Beef bulgogi. And it's a beef, but it's really spicy. Have you ever eaten this? Do you know actually what it is? That's actually kind of tastes pretty good. Again, that's not healthy either, but my girlfriend knows how desperate I am to get some kind of good food around here. She already bought me some lentils over in Cebu she's going to bring back. She can't find any lentils around here. I eat a lot of lentils, too. I ate a bunch of that. God bless her. But the beef bulgogi, whatever the hell it is, it's actually kind of tasty. But like I said, you could eat some of this shit, but I'll tell you straight up, you can't eat that kind of stuff every day. The same as eating bacon every morning. The average American family, but I don't know if they can afford it anymore. A 16-ounce package of bacon could cost you a fortune, an absolute fortune. Even out here, too. I love bacon. I'm not a pork person. I don't really like to touch pork. A good ham I might touch sometime, but I'm really not a person for pork. But I will consider, I mean, I love bacon. Who doesn't love bacon? But I definitely try to stay away from that. You don't get your money's worth anyway. When that bacon cooks up, it just disappears. It gets down to nothing because most of it is fat. Is that what that is, Region? Oh, is that what that is? Well, it says some Korean writing or something at the bottom. But it's actually pretty good. You could have that with mashed potatoes or something. Philippines has some of the best tasting pork and chicken. For some reason, the bacon isn't the greatest, though. Maybe it's what they feed the pigs. We have a saying here that dawn is good. Dawn is good? What does that mean? Dawn? Like Dawn C? I mean, I notice when I get into topics about food, people just really pick up on it. Whether it's TV shows or movies or something, that's what people, they're longing for something. They're so tired of the bullshit on here. I feel it in the air. I do. And people are starting to speak up about it. They really are. I don't know if you're taking notice of that. Of course, if you know, there's always going to be a copycat channel, but even that's getting boring for a lot of people. You know, it just is. And Popeye, well, yeah, he went the length of what he could do, really. And his little skits, he's popular for it. He's used some of the same clips of this and that. It's the same shit. Popeye is old news. He's old hat. He's just old, period. Yeah. Oh, Don. Oh, okay. Salami and ham manufacturer. Okay. You're a foodie. Okay. You're a foodie. Oh, no wonder. Got all the water bottles here. Are these full? No. Oh, these are full. Thank goodness for that. I go through some water here, man. I don't mind talking about this kind of shit. That's the only thing that can keep me going on here. And I was doing a lot of shows lately, and I've been doing a lot, but part of it is because my gal is actually not in town. I just got the girls here, my dogs. And it gets awfully boring. Needless to say. But I got you, babe. I got you, babe. It gets really lonely at the top, you know. When you're at the top, it gets really lonely. Yeah. Top of what? Top of the heap? Oh, that's the company name. Okay. Yeah, I tell you what, one thing I haven't had in a long time. Oh, gosh. Oh, geez. I just remember New York, that's all. We'd have these sandwiches made of, I don't know, you want to call them heroes, we call them wedges, we had all kinds of different names from, French or Italian bread, hard crust, soft in the middle, You'd have like the Italian sausage and peppers and onions and all that. Oh, don't get me going on that. But then you'd have, where was I going with this? Oh, besides all the great pastry shops and stuff out there, oh my God, to die for, and literally to die for. You usually will if you kept that up. There were so many foods. Oh, okay. Salami with, oh my God, with provolone cheese. Make a sandwich of that. Salami with provolone cheese. And, you might want to add a little mayo to that or something, whatever you want to put on there. You may want to put a little lettuce in there. That was a great sandwich. But my father, every time we made meatballs for the gravy, we would, to make some kind of pasta or lasagna or whatever, He'd make these big-ass meatballs. And we were always hoping that there was some meatballs left over, because what we used to do, shit, we'd make a sandwich out of that sucker, and we looked forward to that. If there was any ricotta cheese left from something, we'd put it on there too with the meatballs. And God, am I making myself hungry again? No, I just ate, actually. I had a pretty good meal, as you saw on my camera. I can cook for myself. I always did. You are the king of the community. Lots of people want to take your crown. I'm not the king of anything. I think there is a Subway in Cebu now. I think they opened one. I heard that they did anyway. I don't know how Subway would last. I don't know. And there's a little controversy about it. I hate to tell you all this stuff, but oh well. Their quality of foods that they were selling you were not always what they really were. There might have been additives or fake cheese. There might have been some products that were fake or were made of something that you thought was something, but it wasn't, and whatever. One of those things, you know. Yeah, I see a lot of those shows of what you're eating at McDonald's and what they got in it, what cooking it with. Oh God, no wonder people are getting fat and obese. I promised myself I'm never going to be obese in my life. And so far, it's been good. I figure if I'm my age now, and it's my daddy's birthday today. My dad would have been 104. Well, if there is such as a heaven, hello, Dad. If you could hear me in spirit, happy birthday, Dad. In fact, believe it or not, I'm going to light a candle in front of his picture. And you're going to say, wait a minute, Frank, wait a minute. I thought you weren't religious. Well, I'm spiritual in a sense. I'm not religious. But I'm one of these guys that, just in case, I can make a spiritual connection to him. And he knows that I'm honoring his birthday today. I do it for me, really. Shake Shack is opening. I'm not too familiar with that. Oh, it's coming to, I figured it would come into Ayala. They, and the other day, tuna sandwiches they were making, that was another controversy for Subway. What kind of fish or parts they were using. You guys don't realize you're getting bamboozled all the time with these food places. You don't know what the hell you're eating anymore. You really don't. It could look real as hell, but you don't know what the hell you're eating. It's kind of scary, especially out here. Thank you, Regent. May he rest in peace. I'm sure he would have been pleased to see you living that island lifestyle. Well, I don't think my father would like it. Too much heat. He was used to a temperate climate, My brother certainly couldn't handle it because even some of the hottest days in Hawaii, and Hawaii is cooler than the Philippines. Don't get me wrong, they get these days at the end of summer, usually toward August or something. It can get really hot and humid. But Hawaii's different. It's, I guess they call it subtropical. With this, in the Philippines, it's strictly, it's tropical. No subtropic, there's a difference. And it was cooler, more comfortable in Hawaii. I never needed an air conditioner ever. And all I had was ceiling fans, or I had some floor fans if I needed. But the ceiling fans, watching TV, it'd be right above me, and I was fine. I went to bed, I'd have a ceiling fan going, and I was fine. Here, oh, forget it. Ha! Well, the Italians say, forget about it. You gotta have the air conditioner on at night. And with the ceiling fan on low. Because you're going to get your best sleep in a cool environment. Is your dad still living when you moved to Hawaii? Good question. Let me get my thoughts going here. He was living when I lived in Seattle. I know that. He came to visit one time, actually. I can't believe what he did. He took a bus all the way across country. Do you know what a challenge it was for my dad, who hasn't traveled anywhere since he was in the Navy? Let me see. When I lived in Hawaii, no. I believe my father was passed away at that point. Yeah. He was definitely alive when I lived in Washington State. Yeah. He was a good man, though. He's a very simple man. He wasn't very educated. House painter. Simple as you can get, but people loved him, They didn't make judgment on him because he wasn't a man with a lot of money or shit like people make judgment on people. My father had class. Money doesn't mean class. People think money is class or class is money. My father had natural class. Had nothing to do with his pocket, how much he had in it. People liked him for him. He was an easygoing guy, for the most part, actually. But don't get him pissed off. He'd be throwing ashtrays across the room. He did that shit. One time he almost hit me. Yeah. He'd get mad. And it was, gee, like father, like son. And this was the doctor's daughter I used to date. I don't know what was going on, but I got pissed at her, and I threw one of her trinkets across the room. Get out. Now, Frank. I don't blame her. Like father, like son, I guess. I had my moments. I've had my moments. I certainly have. I could have an Italian temper when I want. As long as I keep it under control. But I think if I got into a bad situation with somebody, I don't care how fucking old I am, man. If you want to see a frail man go at it, you'd be surprised. You get my adrenaline going and there's nothing stopping me. I may get the shit beat out of me after all, but I truly believe I would cause some damage to somebody, big or small. I think I really would. Because the only way to get me off me is to knock me out. That's going to be the only way that I'm going to stop. Because once I get riled up like that, there is no stopping me at all. I know this as a fact. I can't say it's a good trait, but it's just called self-preservation is actually what it is. Yeah. I've seen a photo of your dad a lot. A resemblance. He does. His eyes is like mine. Maybe the nose too, and the eyes, and the mouth. Eyes and mouth, I think. My father was a good-looking man as he was younger. You know, he was a good-looking man, actually. Oh, my mother was a saint. Oh, my God. Sainthood. When they broke up, my father used to have his own little altar in his bedroom, yeah. With his favorite saint, which was St. Anthony, popular saint among a lot of Italians where I grew up. He'd have candles burning for her to hope that she'd come back to him. It never happened. It killed him, really. Really killed him. It's the only woman that he really had all his life. Well, maybe not the first, but... And she was very young when he met her. Very young. They had a 10-year difference. Oh, like father, like son, but I don't go all the way out. My girlfriend's 20 years younger than me. Better than having somebody 50 years younger than me, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, he does. Yeah. I got some of his traits. My father was kind of a nerved up type of person, you know. But to throw in the ashtray, that was the best. My father, he did that. He certainly did. I remember all of that. Oh, I scared the shit out of my brother, man. You think I've been joking about don't fuck with me? Don't get me wrong, I'm a nice guy, but I don't know. I got a breaking point, man. I got a breaking point. Shit, I was only like 6, 7 years old. My brother's maybe a year and a half older than me or something. I don't know. I got pissed off at my brother for something. I don't remember what the fuck. That was so many years ago. I remember exactly where we were living. I chased him in the bathroom. I had a butter knife in my hand. And by golly, did I not take that butter knife and I stuck it in that door, and it actually stuck. And it's not even pointy. That knife was hanging in that fucking door, so when he opened the door, he seen that butter knife. He didn't fuck with me anymore. He didn't fuck with me. My brother used to pull some shit on me. I'll tell you 2 things he did. He had this powdered perfume soap. He was pissed off me for something. He put this powdered soap in my mouth. Jesus Christ, what the, you know. But one night, before I went to bed, he played a little trick on me. He was a prankster when he wanted to be. He put a fishing line somehow attached to my pillow. So when I went to bed, he was pulling on this. I thought it was a ghost or something, I got scared. I don't know what was going on. My pillow was moving on me. What's a kid 6 years old would ever going to think, I don't know who you are. Taga Isla. Hello. Am I supposed to know you, or are you a troll under a different name or something? Let me plug this damn thing in. I'm not going to be on it too much longer because I got to make a call, but there we go. I was like down, how many percent? Jeez. That would call a low battery, that's for sure. But that's the way I am. I'm a nice guy, and I'm a good guy to talk to. I'm a good friend. But I just don't get me to a point where you piss me off so much. And as I said, size don't matter. I don't give a shit. You don't have to believe me on this. I know how I lived my life. I've had circumstances in my life, and believe me, I've had numerous. If I had a Super 8 film or something of it, or whatever was the time growing up and beyond, actually, in video, you'd understand exactly what I'm talking about. Somebody really riles me up, I'm on self-preservation stage, and boy, does that take over with me. I'd be all over. I'd be all over you, like flies on shit. Unless you knock me out first, and then it's all over. Good night, Irene. And that's it. But that's about it. Someone strikes me, they make an enemy for life, and they will regret what they did. I'm not shitting you. Yeah, my father smoked. My father smoked for 30 years before quitting. I had no idea he smoked. How do you have no idea he smoked? Always hides from us kids. Well, maybe he just didn't want you kids. He probably did a good thing. He didn't want you kids to smoke. My parents both smoked. And my mother did die from lung cancer. Absolutely. It spread to her brain, everything else. My father didn't die from smoking. He smoked Luckies without filters. But he didn't die from any lung disease. He died from prostate cancer. I told you, he didn't go to the hospitals for checkups. Neither one of them did. That whole family, even my mother's family. My grandmother, my Aunt Mary, my Aunt Dolly, that lived in the Bronx. They never went. Alka-Seltzer was their cure-all. You got something wrong with you, you got a pain, you got a cold, upset stomach, whatever. They'd have an Alka-Seltzer. My father did the same thing. My mother did the same thing. Except, they weren't exactly, it wasn't really far-fetched. Because Alka-Seltzer was very alkaline. That could fight cancer, perhaps, because cancer can't live in an alkaline environment. But it's not like they would take it every day to make a difference in your body. But partially because they didn't have the money to go to doctors all the time. They would save their money for us to go to a doctor if we needed. They thought about us, But they never took care of themselves. They never went for checkups like I do. They never went for testing, for blood tests and all this other shit. When they got sick, they got sick. And if Alka-Seltzer didn't work, then oh well, I'll eventually get better. I honestly don't remember any of them going to the emergency room for anything. I don't remember them going to a clinic. Taking us, perhaps. I got hit by a car once. And another time, I was riding my bicycle to Glen Island Beach in New Rochelle. I was living in Mount Vernon, over in Westchester County. And I was on the street with my bike, and a guy had his car parked. He was getting out of it, but his door was facing the roadway. And actually, by law, and believe it or not, I think there is a law that applies, at least in New York. I don't know anywhere else. You get out of your car on the passenger side, not to open your door toward the street. Well, the timing could not be more perfect. I'm going by with my bike, and this guy opens up the door just as I went by. And the top lip of the door, which is rounded, but actually was a little sharp, right into my shoulder. I still got the scar. I believe I still have it, yeah. Had to get these butterfly stitches or something. The guy was in the wrong. He was in the wrong. I got into situations. My God, did I got hit by a car. I was 7 years old. It was Ash Wednesday. I can never forget it. Even had the ashes on my head, the good little Catholic boy I was. Papa would be happy to hear that, you know. And my friend Buddy, hanging around with him, he went to cross the street. It wasn't like a high traffic road. It wasn't like that at all. But there was a car coming down the road, but I wasn't looking really. Or maybe just didn't notice it. But thank goodness it wasn't going at high speed or nothing. But I went to walk across the street to catch up with Buddy. I don't know if I was running or walking. I don't remember. Had my little hat on. Shoes came flying off. Some part of the car got my foot. I don't know if the wheel went over my foot. Shit, it must have something. Because I fractured my foot. And it was painful when I put pressure on it. My hat's on the road. My shoes came off. Maybe it was worse than I thought in memory, but cops came over and told them who I was, and people gathered around when they heard my name. You have a sister named Linda? Yeah. You know, big thing. So a cop picked me up. They didn't wait for an ambulance or nothing like that. No. I don't know. He took off somewhere. I don't know. To this day, I've talked to Buddy since. He don't remember that incident at all. But anyway, the cop picks me up, and this has happened before. Puts me in a police car, takes me home. I'm still in the guy's arms, knocks on the door. Is this your son? Yeah. Always at dinner time something happened. Always at dinner time. Another time I was playing around with this kid in the yard, and there was like a clothesline. And we don't know how strong it was. We were kind of hanging on it and stuff, you know, playing around. Kids do. Clothesline broke, and I went and I hit my head. I was wearing a little hat at the time. And, okay, dinner time. I'm sitting there with my hat on, and she sees blood on it. Frankie, what's that? Oh, I fell off the clothesline. Then another time, Philip Aniston, I remember his name. Weird kid. He used to wear nail polish. He probably turned out to be gay. But, like Seinfeld said, but not that there's anything wrong with being gay. I got to put that in there. There I was again. Dinner time. I said, Philip Aniston hit me on the head with the shovel. I had to go get stitches for that. Okay, let's go down the line one more time. Did I get in trouble? Yeah, a lot. Just walking out of the yard from this building I lived in. The guy on an English racer, I guess they called the bicycles at the time, I don't know. It's kind of bicycle you'd race or something. I don't know, they called it an English racer. At least they racer, I think they called it that. I get hit in the face with it. Under my eye. I had to get some butterfly stitches on that. I come in the house. My brother was outside and saw me. He was crying. He saw the blood on my face. I go in the house. My parents see me with all the blood. They took me to the emergency room. Say, what next? Another time, I almost drowned in a pool. Wilson Pool. My friend Stuart Baker. I could swim, you know. I wasn't a great swimmer, but I could swim. I never jumped off a diving board before. I don't mean dive off it, but just jump off it. That's all, just jump off it. So I go to jump off the diving board, and I go in the water, and I don't know what was going on. I wasn't pushing myself up. I wasn't taking my hands and cuffing him and bringing myself to the surface. I have no idea what was going on with that. But lucky for me, there was this lifeguard right there, 2 feet away. That's where his chair was, right over there near the diving board. He reached in and grabbed me and pulled me out. And I was embarrassed as shit, put my towel on my neck and walked away in shame. I could swear I see my life going by. So yes, I have had some incidents in my life that were kind of dangerous. You know, got myself into some, I even as an adult got myself in some car accidents. mostly was not caused by me, because I was a pretty good driver, a very defensive driver. And one of them that was caused by me, I only hurt my hand, but I caused damage to a van that had some old ladies in it. Oh, God. That's where State Farm just dumped me off their policy. They sure did. They sure did, and rightfully so. It was my fault. I wasn't looking at this little intersection. Well, it was my fault no matter what. The van was coming down the road, the main thoroughfare, really, and there was this big shaded area of trees. So when I was at the intersection there, 7-Eleven, I was pulling out from a side street, and actually, I'll be honest with you, because the van was going through this shaded area, and it was also sunny out, it played with my eyes. I didn't see, obviously, I would have done something. I didn't see the van coming, so I gunned it to go across the road. And I wound up T-boning this van. So, yeah, I've seen a lot of little accidents and stuff, and I've had close incidents where I almost, another driver almost T-boned. One of us would have been dead. It was a split second that saved either one of us. Again, it was at an intersection. And I'm a good driver, by the way. I am a good driver. This guy was speeding down the main thoroughfare, 15th Northwest, in the Ballard area of Seattle. Okay. But how fast the car goes and how these tires go down, how many feet per second, you think that you got enough distance to cross that intersection. But if the guy picks up speed, well, we met right in the middle. Right in the middle. It was a split second that his car passed by the front of my car. I'm like, whoa, holy shit. That would have been a disastrous accident. Because if he would have T-boned me, I would have been in bad shape. He was going probably about 50 miles an hour. And if I would have T-boned him, it would only be about 20 miles an hour, but I would have had the real brunt of it. So yeah, I've seen my days of accidents. I'm not really accident prone per se, but let's say I've had my share. But I've also avoided bad accidents, like I said, too, because I'm a really good defensive driver, and I do tend to look around 98% of the time, apparently, but it's another 2% where I fucked up. I'm surprised I'm actually alive today, to be honest with you. Each day is a gift to me. So you don't know me personally. You don't understand that about me. Some of the accidents I had, I shouldn't say some of the things that happened to me. Even my ear infection was that bad. That bad. I could have died from it. That's why I have bad hearing in my right ear. That was an incident too. I could have had meningitis and died from it. If I didn't take care of it, I could have had a brain tumor or sepsis or something. I got by with that one. But yeah, I've experienced a lot of things in my life. I can't say they were all great. And I've also done stupid things in my life too. Lots of stupid things. Like, get on YouTube. Probably the stupidest thing I ever fucking did. But anyway, enough talking. I got to call my lady. She's my lady. Whoa, 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 she's my lady. What's new, pussycat? Whoa, 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 whoa. That reminds me of Wilson Poole. Why does that remind me of Wilson Poole? Because during that time, Tom Jones' song, What's New, Pussycat, was very popular. And not that I liked it. It had a nice little fun ring to it, but they'd always play music there at the pool, public pool. And I'd always hear Tom Jones' song on there. What's New, Pussycat? Nothing wrong with my memory, guys. There's nothing wrong with my memory. It's not that bad, obviously. I remember actually being in my crib. I remember there was a kind of a toy piano in the room. How the hell do I remember that? How the hell do I remember that? I swear to it that there was a toy little organ or piano in my room. How the fuck do I remember that? But I do. There's a lot of things I remember. And when people do wrong to me, I never forget that. I never forget. Never will forget. Remember, an elephant never forgets. Well, Frank never forgets either. With that being said, and you take that any way you want to take it. Nothing wrong with my memory at all. You done wrong to me or my family, I don't forget about it. You have to trust me on that. I don't forget about it at all.